sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just to unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Realist, not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Pick it out, ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you're right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig it ball up top, finna make a play. I catch a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They peptides, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah. I hide in the dark, nowhere to be found. Where there was a spark, there's now only doubt. No, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Oh, I thought you were sure, now you're a losing. I'm going underground, oh yeah, going underground. Oh no, say your loving comes around, going underground.
shame. I'm not asking you for closure. I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanted love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. When I met you in the summer, then you weren't such a bummer, and I wasn't as critical as I am now. Oh, I wish we could hit rewind and be younger, when we thought this love would last longer. Only a time machine could save us now. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanted love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. I've had enough, say you've had enough. Yeah, I've had enough, say you've had enough. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanted love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. She a thirsty bitch, I'm under your dreams. You can see you hear it, you know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear you fear. She a thirsty bitch, I'm a thirsty bitch, real thirsty, like a snitch on me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt you hard, you can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the grand finals of Valorant Challengers Northeast. It's been a long playoffs. We had 8 teams to begin with. We're down to 2 now, and they're going to be duking it out here in a game for Enterprise Esports versus Zero Tenacity. Once again, I am your host, Twiggy. I'm joined today by MP. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing so good. I think this is a match that we have wanted to see for many times throughout this season, because we haven't seen that quite yet, and today is that time, and I'm excited because it's all the way best of 5. Sure, it's weighted. Enterprise Esports, they have the advantage, but is it good enough to win against Zero Tenacity? I'm excited to see.
Exactly. The Zero Tenacity we saw yesterday was absolutely brilliant. We saw so many. They were hitting shots left, right, and center. I mean, it did not seem at some points in the series like Bitfix Gaming had a chance whatsoever. Even on their own map pick, which we've seen them win 11 times before this series, they looked close to losing. It was an overtime game, that start on Lotus. I think that really just set up the score for Zero Tenacity. It didn't matter what maps they were going to be on. Their firepower was brilliant. And here they are now in the grand finals against Enterprise Esports, the team that knocked them out in stage 1 just before they got into the top 4.
Yeah, and the journeys that these two teams have gone through. Enterprise Esports obviously having maybe the easier path, going 2-1 to 2-1 and 2-0. Now they're in the finals, but then you have Zero Tenacity, who actually lost their first game, then went all the way down to the lower bracket, 2-1 against Bonk, dropping them out, 2-1 against Go Next, dropping them out as well, and then 2-1 against Pixel Lumina. Obviously, yesterday we had all 5 maps coming through, and Zero Tenacity, in the end, they won 3-2. That was crazy. And Zero Tenacity, they have played 387 rounds throughout this playoff. That's crazy when you compare it to a team like Enterprise Esports, who are currently just 170 rounds played in the playoffs. That's less than half of what Zero Tenacity has played. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm glad that Zero Tenacity has are here, because I'm gonna be honest, that name doesn't speak truth. They have tenacity. They have gone through the ringer. Enterprise Esports obviously undefeated in this stage, like you can see down below. 6-game win streak. Is Zero Tenacity the team that can actually beat this Enterprise Esports roster?
I think if it's going to be anybody, it will have to be, well, obviously it'll have to be Zero Tenacity, but I think they are really the only team with the firepower that could be able to do it. I mean, we already saw Bitfix Gaming play against them, and they weren't quite up to scratch. You know, they choked a few rounds here and there, and it was just like they just couldn't get it over the line. I think Zero Tenacity, they're going to have to be the team that gets that done. They can definitely take a couple of maps off them. I'm interested to see if they can get that win, though. They must be fired up after yesterday, but Enterprise Esports, obviously, as we saw, unbeaten this stage. They have been a force to be reckoned with over the course of both stages. They're the most consistent team so far that we have seen over the course of the year as a whole. So, I mean, you can't understate how good these guys are. Maybe there's a recency bias towards Zero Tenacity in our minds because they're the most recent team we saw win. But yeah, Enterprise Esports, they have such a wealth of talent, and they're just an amazing team. That's the thing.
Yeah, not only they have been consistent in this stage, they have been consistent throughout the organization history against Zero Tenacity, and I think that's a fun thing to actually point out. They are 10-5 in the organization history. Now we have to know this is not the same roster. Obviously, there has been many roster changes, many different rosters, but still, I think this is very notable to bring in, because Enterprise Esports, they have won already twice out of those 3 facings that they have had against Zero Tenacity in this season. One good thing for Zero Tenacity is that they have a new player, Pyro. That is his first match against Enterprise Esports, and if we've seen something, it's that Pyro can absolutely dominate on the server.
Yeah, I think we saw glimpses of that yesterday, but it's been throughout the rest of the playoffs that we've really seen him shine a lot in the team. But first off, let's talk about Enterprise Esports. They came up into this game through the upper bracket. They've had a pretty decent run of things. They haven't really come up against too many big players in terms of teams. Obviously, Bitfix Gaming was their most recent opponent. They managed to take them down. There was some struggles, right? Towards the start of the series, it got a little scary, but Bitfix Gaming gave them an opening here in Haven, as you can see, with 2 rounds in a row, not in a row, but we're looking at them in a row, like that just did not go in their favor, and they cleaned up on Icebox. Once they get going, once they get the ball rolling, this is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of stacked players in this roster, and I think we talked about those players well enough. I think there are gonna come up later on as well, but I want to talk about Legia, who is not shown obviously in this roster, but is the coach. You talk about Enterprise Esports having the struggles here and there, talking about that Haven as well. In the end, it was Legia actually calling that timeout on round 5 that kind of brought them back to the server. Kiles after that stepped up, and I think it was a really interesting interview that was highlighted after that. Legia has like deep insight on how the mechanics on a team work and helps if there are any issues with confidence, and I think that has been a struggle for Enterprise Esports here and there, and I think those timeouts are crucial for them to actually be consistent throughout the matches.
Yeah, you mentioned Keyless there as well. Let's take a quick look at his stats, because obviously the Sentinel player for the team, not generally the player you're going to see up at the top of the leaderboard, but we actually seem to see him in like second or third place in the team very consistently, and I think you can see why just based off of those stats.
Yeah, look at that headshot percentage. It's good, 35%, but clutch, 44.4%. Keyless was absolutely crucial against that Bitfix match, especially in the Haven. They needed someone to step up, and it was Keyless time and time and time again. Yeah. I think throughout Keyless' career, I haven't seen him as the guy who just goes crazy, gets like 30 kills in a match, absolutely pops off with the mechanical skill, but he's that guy that does the consistent work that everyone on the team appreciates, and he's always that calm guy on the team. I just love what Keyless provides outside of maybe that fragging potential that he has been picking up as well.
Well, he's going to have to pull off a few more clutches today, because he is up against a team that has been getting a lot of first kills. In Zero Tenacity, we saw them absolutely dominate the early rounds yesterday, so it probably is going to be the Sentinel that's going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. In some of these rounds today, Zero Tenacity have had such a long run of it up through this stage up until this point, right? This is not a team that, you know, just got straight into the playoffs and very happily like trundled along in that one. This is a team that has faced some trials and tribulations. Obviously, they got knocked out in, well, we could call it, you know, 5th to 8th position in the last stage by the same team that they're playing up against today. So maybe a little bit of a grudge between some of these players, although they didn't seem to show that in the interview that we saw. This is, however, an absolutely insane team, and I think we've seen them grow over the course of the stage too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we talk about Enterprise Esports being the old guard, but Zero Tenacity, I think they have that kind of same story as well. Alexic is actually the only player that is under age of 20 throughout this whole match that is happening here. He's 19 years of age, so a lot of experience in the side of the Zero Tenacity rosters. Players that are maybe, some would say old in terms of Valorant, around my age as well, but Zero Tenacity, they have been the Kingslayers here. That's it. I'm coining that term. They're literally Kingslayers. Even if they can, well, if they can take Enterprise Esports down as well, that's gonna be incredible. Then they already beat Team Liquid Academy, go next as well, and one of the pioneers in that roster, one of the spearheads was Gurmikista, obviously providing crucial utility to his teammates. But yesterday was incredible. He had amazing stats in terms of having 13 first kills and 0 first deaths. That's something that we don't see from Gurmikista quite a lot, but that was incredible to see, and I think there's something more there to see as well. The crucial utility provided to Alexic as well, especially with this breach. Teho bringing that space as well with the salvos, with the drone. Gurmikista, I think yesterday was one of his better days throughout this whole season, and he absolutely showed up when he had to. Incredible performance.
Yeah. Well, exactly. A lot of the time, that kind of flexy player that is going to be going on a lot of different agents, a lot of different roles, isn't going to be topping the leaderboard. They're going to be down towards the bottom, supporting everybody else. But Gurmikista had such an insane day yesterday. You're absolutely right to point it out. But going into the maps, obviously, straight off the bat, Enterprise Esports, they get 2 bans. They got in through their upper bracket. They've been flawless so far, so they do get those 2 bans to start off with. They're going to have their pick of the litter when it comes to the map pool, which puts Zero Tenacity obviously in a tough spot. Their map pool did look good yesterday, but obviously they're probably going to have their favorite map banned out, and I mean, they're going to have to face Enterprise Esports on their first choice of map as well.
Yeah, for the first time, I'm kind of lost on the map feeder. Well, I do imagine Enterprise will ban Pearl and Icebox here and maybe go for that Haven pick, because it is very good pick. Okay, I did not see this coming. I absolutely did not see Lotus ban coming. I think Pearl should be the second ban, unless Enterprise Esports, they have flipped that switch. Okay, no, they haven't, but they have gone, okay, we do think our Icebox comp is good enough to play in Icebox. Yeah, it is funky. They play the Reyna, ISO, Chamber. It is crazy composition, but this should be... I should have... I was about to say this should be Haven, but Zero Tenacity likes to pick Haven as well, so I imagine that's why Fracture comes into the picture of Enterprise Esports. They know that Haven is gonna be in one of those first 3 slots there. So fair enough for that.
Yeah, look, I'm not too surprised by a Lotus ban. Obviously, it's not what I expected, but Enterprise haven't historically been so confident on that map, and Zero Tenacity did really show up against a team that, you know, it can't be understated. Bitfix Gaming have a flawless record on Lotus, and they only won in overtime against Zero Tenacity. So there's something to be said there, and I can see why you might be cautious going into that one as Enterprise Esports. I mean, look, this is I think this is a solid map selection for them. A lot of this doesn't really make sense on paper to me, but they must have a reason for it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do think that is heavily on the confidence side. They're like, okay, what are our confident maps? Well, Haven, Zero Tenacity is always gonna pick that Haven because it has been their perma pick. If it gets picked, they maybe go for Icebox, but you rather let that slip and actually have one of your better maps picked first, which is Fracture. I think their Fracture is good. They have lost only one match in Fracture. Yeah, I think that is what is interesting in this matchup, because we haven't quite seen both of these teams. Well, Zero Tenacity, they played in this season, but they didn't play any Fracture previous season. And on the other side, Enterprise Esports, they haven't played Fracture at all in this season. They played in Challenges EMEA and the first season. So I think this is gonna be interesting to see whether there's gonna be like comp switches in terms of, are they gonna switch out that Jet to something else? Is it gonna still be Jet? Is it gonna be Yoru? I think it is going to be really interesting to see, especially this first match, how Enterprise Esports have adapted to this, what is their game plan against Zero Tenacity's comp, because I'm going to be honest, I think that it's one of the most annoying comps that you can play against. Neon Vice, then you have Theo Breach obviously supporting that Neon, and Brimstone, well, it's kind of given in that map already. Some people like to play Astro there, but I think Brimstone is one of the better smokers in Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, one of the last times we did see Enterprise Esports play this map, let's remind ourselves, though, they were playing against that Neon and the Teho and the Breach and the Brimstone against BBL Pacific, and they beat them 13-4. The winners of Challenges EMEA, they managed to beat them 34? No, they didn't go that long. 13-4 on that map. So they're no strangers to it. It's been a little while, for sure, but I'm assuming they've still been scrimming it at the very least since Challenges EMEA, and, you know, if they're staying on that level, there's no reason why they shouldn't beat, you know, Zero Tenacity. Obviously, you know, a good team, but I don't think BBL Pacific, they're two different levels, I feel like, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, obviously you have Challenges EMEA winner right there compared to Northeast, which I do think we have good talent, but still, I think it's a whole different ballpark. And Enterprise, they have always been good in this map. I think they've been incredible when they started against Exo Clan, absolutely dominating 13-0. They only have one loss, which is against CGN Esports, which was in overtime as well. No switchers here, nothing really switching around. It shows that Zeke has switched, but he actually hasn't. He did play that Teho against CGN Esports as well. He popped off 27-22. So interesting to see what are gonna be the game plans for these two teams, because this is literally, for me, I think this is Battle of the Kingdom in East and Battle of the Old Guard. You know, both of these teams average age 23.2 for Zero Tenacity, 24 for Enterprise Esports. It's gonna be interesting to see.
All right, well, all of the planning is underway. Everybody's ready to go, so let's get this show on the road. A best of 5 up for you with Fracture up first, and it's going to be Hazard and Cairo to cast you through it.
Thanks, guys. Look, these moments don't come all too often, and that's something which both of these East clubs know. It is an all-East grand final after all, and each of them will be looking to notch their first ever win in the region.
And I think the big thing about this is this is the first time these two have played against each other this split. It's the first time we've seen Enterprises Fracture this split. What a map to start out on.
Absolutely. You look at the front end of this veto and you feel as if Enterprise can take a lot of early ground. It's as the night grows long that things begin to favor Zero Tenacity, who have been on one hell of a run themselves. Kicking things off on the attack side, already we're starting to see a little bit of pace towards that A site.
Yeah, well, there is a little bit of pace. There's also the potential for a crunch to come through, but it's all on these anchors here on the other side, as you see Alexic start to come through to support the two players on the attacker spawn.
Yeah, Pyro fighting inside the smoke already. Starkey gets a couple back, and then Doma follows it up. And so with 3 kills under their belt, Zero Tenacity are looking elsewhere to see if they can take any space. Killer's still just guarding the spawn area as Pretty peels away.
All 3 players on their own need to win this 1 versus 1 against Pretty.
And Killers is going to fail in doing so. And as the time continues to tick away from Enterprise on this defensive retake, those players are so split up. Like you said, a stun on Doma, but he walks straight into the crosshairs of Grumek, and Pretty will close. It's the terrifying 2 that take the pistol.
Yeah, really big round. I liked what Enterprise were trying to do by playing on the front foot, but Zero Tenacity also understanding what what needed to happen in terms of the players holding on. And you even see that extra support coming through from the Neon of Electric. Obviously, like, ends up with a little bit of the flurry of kills. Individuality buys Enterprise back into that round. But I think the biggest mistake, Hazza, is all players go on their own.
Zero Tenacity into the next round with investments made.
Bridge crunch.
It's a slow one, so MSH has time to work with here.
Yash
is starting to move in on main though, and Electric's just going to run right by him. It's a complete bypass of the sight hold. His utility can only keep him alive and sustain for a little bit longer. When the rest of Zero Tenacity arrive, you think it should be clean. I mean, Zeke walks away with a couple,
players
and it does break for a 3-on-3. Yeah, they are.
And the only player with a lot of health is MSH, and he's just got a ghost.
Decent positioning for him right now, though. As soon as that Sky Smoke expires, Starkey has no more vision blockers. Alexic still darting around with barely a point of health to his name. They're all falling by his side, and with fire at the feet, he falls. Enterprise respond with a round immediate to Zero Tenacity's opener. Just as soon as the grand final opens up, well, the current Kings seem to be taking one step closer to the throne.
Yeah, I mean, the round, like, you can start to see it fall apart. Zero Tenacity taking a lot of damage. I understand what Enterprise are trying to do, the slow bridge crawl. There was also like a late flank through to clear that bridge side that MSH was just able to escape from. So I think on the defense, Enterprise limit testing, and they're getting a lot of information off the back of it.
Absolutely. Looking at this map, Zero Tenacity previously had struggled on their defender's side when they played Go Next. That was the qualification game for EMEA, but the stakes riding on this, of course, that little bit much higher. Alexic ground down to dust once again. And as he is dealt with, Yash is already starting to fill in this space in A main. Zero Tenacity looking elsewhere.
Yeah, that's just straight in towards a B pivot. Players being stalled out though. A couple of rifles to work with as well, so this isn't completely out of the realms of possibility, but those shots probably will make it so. Enterprise, a flawless round.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic way to just build off the back of the success that they previously enjoyed. I mean, what a round to have won in the second tier, and to keep moving forward is absolutely huge. When you look at the players on either side right now, you already saw how involved Pretty and Grumek were, the two of them. All the years that they've spent together on a team. Now, after 6 stages of challenges, finally another opportunity to take a title. It's into the rifle round where the expectations are that much higher.
Yeah, look at this bridge crunch straight away though. Losing out Yash. Starkey at least gets a trade onto Electric though, but now here comes the other side of the push. It's not quite working out. It's going to end up in an even trade. MSH still got support on this B site.
Yeah, and with Enterprise having the RK side of B, this is such strong real estate. Zero Tenacity realise it and actually just decide that a complete forfeiture is probably best, and they'll start to work their way towards spawn. They find Starkey, but that's the spike.
That's a disaster. Now Doma has to work alongside Zeke. That utility is starting to come up.
Pyro has the Incendiary to box them in, but MSH is the one who's got to get the plant here. It's Pyro with the first of those kills. Still plenty of time to work with, a rotation if required. And that's where MSH starts to look towards the other side of the map.
Yeah, Zeke's just missed the timing. MSH will have plenty of time to set down those storms, get the arc rows in a good spot. Zeke needs to be careful coming back into sight. In fact, the timing might be really, really close.
It's a quick rotation as MSH finds himself in yet another clutch. Zero Tenacity have been called upon in these situations many times before, but it is the youngster that would have to try and do it for them here. He steps out into the open, and that's where Zeke will be laid to rest. He can't transfer from the B site to A. It is MSH that will win this time.
Yeah, it ends up even trades towards the bridge crunch, but again, like you're already seeing how Enterprise are switching things up. It was an A main play that they had made previously. I mean, the pacing on Fracture always interesting, can always be very, very quick. We can see more of that when we look towards A main here. Something I want to know, how Alexic works here. Will he get caught out by the salvos once again?
Well, he's going to dash straight past them. The spike carrier in this round, Bucky in hand, wants to play up close. The stun only trades off a little more space as Enterprise are already trying to fight this forwards. There is Alexic and the upgrade in tow. Next fight taken, and it's the contact early. Could have set it up, but it's Doma to backhand a couple more kills. The Armageddon's going to hit the site, and that's at least one in the conversation. A 3v3 now. But Smoke set up, and MSH to claim yet another. Things are so staggered and yet isolated.
Pyro nowhere near the site as well, so it's a 2v2 with a spike down.
MSH just offered another opportunity. Enterprise giving these away. It's feeling all too rash at this point in time. Despite Yash's best efforts to try and collect a kill that opens up the 2 versus 1. As the attack remains separated, he is stricken for options here, and so the lead will be restored to the attack for the first time since that pistol round win.
Yeah, we want to keep that up. Zero Tenacity probably won't want to hunt just because of their money situation as well, even though we are seeing Pyro start to investigate the B side of the map. Again, I said it very quickly in the opening round, but something that I've been noticing just early doors here is that Alexic keeps getting caught, like, disconnected from the rest of the pack because of those salvos. That's always an opportunity for Enterprise to step in front and challenge the Neon. Maybe as a 2, you want to obviously have the ability to trade that out, but that could be easily an entry pick that Enterprise could work with.
And to build on that as well, we have to be looking at both duelists in the server right now, Alexic and Yash, with some serious scrutiny. You're looking at both players, Yash being the highest and Alexic the second highest for ACS in playoffs. Both huge contributors for their team. However, where Alexic then starts to fall short is in the first blood department, the first deaths specifically. It's almost 1 in every 5 rounds you're going to see him going down first. And as he leads the charge towards an open B site this time, one littered with traps, we've got to try and bank on him for the opener here.
Cyphercamp has got loads of information, utility to make sure you're clearing things out, and Kelle is just testing to see what he can get back. MSH holds on to main, and there's players starting to come that way. Big first engagement towards B main.
It's Yash to try and take this duel. His adversary, Alexic, already paving the way towards the B site, but now he's got to backfill this solo flanker as Pyro has held up his end of the bargain on Arcade. Zero Tenacity fighting a war on both fronts, and they have the numbers.
Yeah, need to win this out. Yash needs to be clean with the engagement, but the angles are off, and he's still able to win out. The flick works out. Now MSH tries to reposition, and it doesn't work out. Now time ticks away, and it's a 3 versus 2. Sure, the Rolling Thunder is available, but I don't think this round is. This is going to be a Zero Tenacity round, and it's about how many players can get out alive.
It's going to be 3 on Enterprise's behalf. Zero Tenacity, the ones feeling short-handed as they've made it a 2-round game now. Lots of ultimates still left up on the board, but the biggest takeaway for me is the hesitancy from Enterprise, something we'd previously critiqued them of. Map to map, whether it was Fracture or not, of course, it's been a while since we've seen them here, not since that loss to CGN. But you have to be critical in your decision making in those points of time, and that's a situation where they're just a little too slow.
I would also say that Zero Tenacity were really good at delaying this time, straight into the B site and trying to be quick, but delay working out. That's what's good about the Cypher and the Brimstone working together. Now Alexic trying to take extra space off the back of the Rolling Thunder, but Killer's not thought about! Able to get 2! Now in a 4 versus 2, Enterprise should have this one in the bag.
They're playing a disciplined setup now, Cairo. It's exactly what Enterprise have to do. This round is huge for them to move back within 1 round. Most of the weapons they had here were collateral. The Finance still not yet out of the woods. And the same can be said for Zero Tenacity. It has been touch and go, but with Pyrol and MSH both grouped back up, they're going to give this one more shot towards Gen as the spike is out in the open, yet to be collected.
Zeke only on a pistol. Oh, he's been jiggling with it, and now it's the bait and switch. Introducing the operator, but can't clear the course angle. Still 35 seconds to work with.
That's a big kill in the conversation. MSH still has the Steel Garden.
left.
That can make it difficult to deny, but Doma still has the Aftershock, and the salvos are on Zeke.
Double up, high-low, disconnected, somehow still works out. We said that this should be nowhere near possible for Zero Tenacity, but somehow it is. Somehow they fought back, and Zeke only has an operator to try and fight through. He makes it work, but 2 points of health. The next shot needs to hit, or it's all over, and he's not even going to get a chance to hit it. That is a round, somehow, a 4 versus 2 that Zero Tenacity win.
And it's a huge moment for MSH as well. That is his second clutch of this game already. And like I said, Zero Tenacity have so many capable players in the late round. You look at the top 6 for clutches won so far this stage. Zero Tenacity have 4 players in that metric. And one of the best, MSH. A youngster that they took a gamble on bringing into the setup and hasn't had the best of games in the playoff stage so far. But in the biggest match of them all, he makes it count.
And that's everybody needs to stand up and be counted for. This Steel Garden though underneath, and that'll capture everything on the site. But the spike, nowhere near B.
Like you say, more than anything, it's captured the attention of Enterprise. The spike is heading towards the A site with Zero Tenacity, but it's a little laboured, and that's given time for the light-footed Yash with blades in hand to set up and serve up his first.
Yeah, only the entry kills, still trying to make their way out, and a little bit laboured, but the spike gets there in the end, and MSH still towards this B side.
But Achilles is aware of it though. Hasn't quite cottoned onto the lurk in full, and it has allowed for MSH to thread the needle back behind, but that's where Yash starts to drop in towards main. Pyrol can alleviate pressure by finding one through the mid-site, and with the ult invested towards Dish, it's just going to slow this one down to a snail's pace. Huge kill from Killes on the way back in, and now it is only Pyrol left, and as laser sharp as he can be, it isn't happening this time, and Enterprise respond exactly when they needed it.
And I think that's the thing for Enterprise. A lot of these rounds, if there was like a way to like expected goals, right, like expected rounds, you would probably say that statistic would be pretty high for Enterprise, considering the scenarios they found themselves in. You think to the round where they were able to retake, but the time was too low. You think to the 4 versus 2 that they've just lost. This round was a lot more convincing. They were able to actually have good timing on it all in, and I think as well, like, having Yash just hang around on that A site to get the information was huge for Enterprise.
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
The following round, even more important than the last. Everyone's money is in the bin. That's where Yash can really make things sting. Just a single kill. Doma does follow it up nicely though. One of the best players in this league as a second in. Someone to trade off. He wants a little more though. And with that lust for blood cut short by Pretty, we go to a 3v2. Zero Tenacity still trailing, but with time now on their side.
I've been here before, has it? 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2, it's even more doable. The only thing that worries me is Pretty doesn't have a belt of utility, neither does Grimek. You're basically working off the replenishables. Ah, that's tough.
It is. The timing of the neural theft impeccable as Pretty's trying to sell this rotation. That's now 2 pings from the Cypher Hat, but Starkey's in position. He is waiting for this one with open arms. And oh, he's going to catch Pretty on the way back out as well. Tried to go for the cam, couldn't break it. And now with the spike given to Grimek post-mortem, he has to face off against 3 players on the site hold now.
This also traps as well, information well needed for Enterprise, and easy enough in the end. A team ace, but all in, the round was very well done. Enterprise being a lot more aggressive in terms of that drop push. You see Yash somehow able to get one, and I think as well, like Enterprise maybe playing a little bit more individual, but like it's feast or famine, right? And Enterprise past couple of rounds have been able to eat.
I feel like that's the tagline that comes with a player like Yash as well. Enterprise, a lot of their macro relies on him finding first bloods, thinning out the numbers. A quick check-in, he's currently breaking even, whereas Alexic trails 2 and 9 as things stand. As that big exchange is queued up between the two, it looks like Alexic's got the better of the damage, and Zero Tenacity the ground. They've already moved through Arcade with that ult invested back. The spike is heading A.
That's just bought the space back for Yash in towards Arcade, but as you said, that Spike heading elsewhere and Domot finding himself on site, all alone. No way of a crossfire with Starkey, but he's playing on the edge of the smoke, and you're waiting for the activation of the contact of Doma, and when it comes through, Enterprise are able to win out. Somehow MSH's Sheriff has done work though. And now you've got to depend upon Yash with only 40 points of health.
Oh, this is a brilliant position because they've not picked up the spike. So Yash is going to be able to walk in at just the right time, but it's Alexic you've got to be worried about in sand.
Spike planted.
The only thing is, though, is the audibles of the drop. Yash somehow able to get round. That Arc Rose not finding the player. Yash is in the perfect spot. MSH all alone in the jump spot, not finding Yash, but somehow manages to survive. The Vandal not hitting, and MSH is buying time for Alexic to come into position, but it doesn't work out. 1 versus 1! And MSH converts the Thrifty!
And it's a hat-trick of clutches from MSH as he's thrown into the ring once again, putting on a show in this grand final. Half of the rounds that Zero Tenacity have won have come from the hands of the 21-year-old. And as much as we critiqued him in this playoff run up until the grand final, I said it once and I'll say it again, this is the only game that people are going to remember.
Listen, MSH coming into form, challengers EMEA on the horizon, and a grand final to play in.
Retrieving flash.
Being aggressive here, trying to challenge MSH, and this is a player I don't think you want to go up against.
Definitely not. Not after what he did on the eco previous. Now you come into the gun round with a renewed lease on life. Killer's Cam just trying to catch an ankle, but it's out of range for now, and with the wall up, Enterprise know exactly what's going on. They're trying to converge on both ends. It's a little laboured coming out from main, but when they finally hit the scene, it's Enterprise dead and buried.
2 players coming in late. MSH once again proving his worth, why he's on the roster. And Zeke, we know he's good enough to try and clutch this out, but when so many players are swinging you, yeah, it's going to be impossible for me, Hazza. A lot of individual fights from Enterprise, and Zero Tenacity, well, they're putting them to the sword.
That they are, and it's those individuals stepping up. I mean, Pyro currently top of the score sheet. Someone who, up until this point in time, has been very consistent. He's only gone negative in one of the series they played in playoffs, that against Pixel Lumina, but otherwise, you're talking 90 kills in the lower final, the best of 5, which went the distance. And for me, the biggest surprise so far, MSH. I'm so happy to see him return to the kind of 2024 form that we accredited to him back when he was playing on Trash Can. They were the surprise package of the previous year. That's the reason for the pickup.
I think for me as well, though, it's what you said earlier, right, with the duelist department. You look at the scoreboard, fair enough, Zero Tenacity, they're winning rounds, but Electric isn't top of the pops, and neither is Yash. And I think that's something that we're seeing the defender side struggle with, because like the big thing about Fracture, right, there's a lot of push and pull, there's 4 lanes, and I think like having an operator player like Yash, you want to try and set them up on a lane and gain information from that, which you can easily try and rotate, especially with a duelist like Jet.
Yeah, it was a slight error from me. MSH incognito last year, but there is nothing incognito about this push from Enterprise. It's a B main where they go hunting early, but Zero Tenacity respond, and it's MSH again! The only pole on the Tenacity side of the server in the derby is the one doing the damage.
Last 2 on Enterprise are looking to try and send this back through, and I love this pause by Zero Tenacity on the other side of the smoke. The players are going to swing into a crossfire.
Are Enterprise expecting this? Surely not. Zeke blindsided by it, and Pyrol to add the finishing touches. It's yet another round where MSH has found a double kill, and the rest of Zero Tenacity doing exactly what they need to do. A composed start to the grand final, but there's still plenty more left to play. A strong opening 12 from Zero Tenacity, but as we know, Valorant is a game of 2 halves, and Enterprise, with their return, their debut for Stage 2 on Fracture, a fortress for them before, needs to start showing some fight back, and that begins with the attack side pistol.
I mean, the thing is, though, about the attack side is there's always been criticism about it on the Enterprise side. They'll need to try and silence their critics here, and Zero Tenacity being proactive, being aggressive with how they're playing this defense. Well, that's more so on the B side.
Enterprise very quick to take the arcade space, as Zero Tenacity have already guided out main, and they have left a solo player there. The sight hold is not gonna be able to hold up at all. It's Pretty, the final player to fall. MSH back in the smoke. It's not the kind of reprisal that he would have wanted. No heroes welcome in the second half, as Enterprise are looking to start getting things done on the same side which they played when they fell against CGN for the final time. in EMEA. It's a good look to the beginning of things here.
Yeah, very nice take. And again, showing discipline when they get towards Arcade, not to just bust out of their own smoke. Wait, see what the reaction is. They probably would have heard all that information from Killers holding on from the attack side spawn. And interestingly enough, they're playing this 4-1 split, but with the Cypher holding from the attack spawn.
Zero Tenacity are going to double down on what they want to try and achieve. There's a Sheriff, a Ghost, barely anything invested. Bridge crunch coming in from the defender's side, one which isn't so well equipped but has already managed to pick up a kill. And one kill is all it's going to be from Electric. A confidence builder perhaps as we go into the gun round with Enterprise only trailing by a couple.
I think as well, for me, do you think of the defense, the information that they've just got off the back of that, they've seen the start of that default last round. You think of the arcade push, 5 players from there. That last round, 4 players on that bridge side. So Zero Tenacity, right, they might think, well, this is our time now to maybe try and be aggressive towards the attack spawn where we know that Cypher has been sitting. This time though, it is only Yash.
Couple of rounds that we have seen Zero Tenacity show an aggressive version of what this defender's side can look like. The question now is, does it persist? Not into the gun round at the very least. The bonus on Enterprise's behalf, and the hip fire of the Outlaw, not good enough for Yash to net the first kill, as the rest of his team is creeping closer from that top side.
Needs to be careful, double stack here, and won't even be able to take the engagement that they want. Now into the site take, and Pretty needs to be careful he doesn't give up his position.
So almost forced to forfeit it with the utility dropped right on the doorstep. Zeke backpedaling with the rest of Enterprise. They have been shown the door on Dish. But now into the mid-round, information so key. Zero Tenacity starting to have a look towards Arcade. How many can Pyro get?
Or MSH, I mean that's the player that's been top dog. Pyro as well played, and the players swing through both site anchors trying to hold on, they just can't quite. Now MSH swinging out from site, he can't win either. Now it's open, Spike can go down.
One by one. Domino falling after another, but Electric with a kill back pretty as well. It's an absolute brawl on the site, and it comes down to Killers. Yet again, trying to save them.
10 seconds left.
The only reason they moved through that upper final unscathed was due to his heroics, but you're asking too much with the time ticking away, and Electric on spot to add the final details.
Yeah, and on top of that, again, the details that I was talking about with that being the bridge side importance that Enterprise have been putting on. You can see Zero Tenacity start to set up what they want to do in terms of they're always careful of drop, they're always careful of arcade. Sure that Pyro and MSH don't manage to combine well enough, but the ideas are there from the defense, which I like.
Here.
First full rifle round of this second half could mean so much. For Zero Tenacity, a chance to propel themselves forward to double digits, and then only a couple away. The expected outcome from taking the first map, the pick of Enterprise, long left in the locker. We know how good it can be. With the spike dropped, it's more of a default. They do not want to miss this opportunity. Oh, it's the captain again that loses his head first.
Massive a work. Electric now playing off the door as 2 players are scaling up on A. There's 2 1v1s here, and you've got to be looking towards drop.
Oh, and that's exactly what's going to happen to Grumek. His body buried, but still 2 players left to stand the test on the A site.
Oh,
Doma is picking up as many ult orbs as he possibly can, and that would have been the cue for Electric to come down onto him, swipe a kill away. He's only good for 1, and 1 HP is all he's got. 30 seconds or so, but that's where Enterprise can put their foot down. Another big duel, Yash in spawn, first kill picked up, looking for the second, support won't arrive, it's all on him. The spike's been planted, now a 1v2.
Arc Rose in pocket, can easily disconnect the crossfire.
But MSH won't choose to use it. He wants to take these fights with the element of surprise
Seen the
already taken away. Multiple of these from Enterprise. Could he come up with another? He's giving it a go. But once they've seen that first shoulder, MSH is the one showing the door.
I mean, the transfer of the crosshair is lovely, just can't quite hit the mark on it. I think like it's nice ideas, MSH. Full confidence at the minute. Pyro, MSH, the two players that have been on the same side as players are stuck going across the zip. And Zero Tenacity calling a pause to things to talk about how it's been going.
It's their first time out of the grand final so far. They've been pretty happy to play the rounds as they come. I think there's a big conversation to be had between the IGLs here, of course. Starkey with his only Challengers title coming from his stint on CGN, I want to say here. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It was that time in DAC where he found most of his success, and well, then on to Maus even last year.
Yeah, I totally agree. As for now as well, Paza, when you're thinking about the next round and how the setup looks, do we see Zero Tenacity go for another bridgeside crunch as they like to do? Gonna get a quick tech pause though, as we see obviously one of the having some issues at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought we'd left those behind, but apparently
never.
not.
We are an EMEA, mate. What do you expect?
Exactly.
Plagued, cussed. I don't know. What word would you use, Azza?
Tainted, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe.
Plenty of words to use. Yeah, no, to draw back on that Starkey conversation,
yeah.
I kind of mentally messed it up a little bit there. He won his first title with CGN, moved on to Maus, surplus to requirements in that CGN setup, the reason for the transfer, benched into the Ascension campaign. So he is someone who has tact in that department, but then you compare it to Pretty, for example, someone who now spending his 7th stage in challenges with Zero Tenacity. You know, he's only had one opportunity at a grand final before. That was a 2nd place finish to Zeke's Go Next. We saw it at the end of 2024. That Diamant team, I think, always was one which was so close, yet so far from making it to grand finals. The door was shut, honestly. There was always another team there to take their place.
Yeah, that was the heartbreak of it all, right? It was like, I mean, like Enterprise as well, like from the 2023 campaign is like, it was always the East was full of a region of like potential, right? Like where could they go? What could they be? Is it going to be their day? And it just never quite seemed to come.
To this round, it's not the most well-equipped if you're Zero Tenacity, but they look to be playing a fairly standard setup. It's the one Guardian in the hands of MSH that can make the difference, and right now he is well positioned to come under fire as Enterprise are just playing with bated breath towards the top side of the map. But like you say, even Enterprise themselves participating in finals as an organization, yet to win one. Either team to really make their mark on the region, which, as you say, has not hit the highlight for a couple of years, merging with North, back-to-back grand finals for Apex, of course. Who is the dominant force that makes the next step up? That will be decided not too long from now, as this round is ground down to the final 40 seconds. Enterprise have been revealed in what their intentions are, and that's an A-site hit into 3 players.
It is. Alexic waiting to use that ultimate as the entry comes through, and finally Alexic does get to use the overdrive. MSH as well. Players are just falling. It's Alexic that's come through. Zero Tenacity. Is Enterprise just walk into a trap?
And right out the back of the timeout and technical pause. Zero Tenacity responding with yet another thrifty round win. MSH helping win one of those before his Guardian is involved here to just delay and decay the push as Alexic does all the rest. A player who won back-to-back titles last year with Zeke, and now up against him, only one will be able to find their third in the region.
That's the question, will they be able to actually do that? The players now start to get in towards this B side. Look at the wall though that's been placed on the B side. Zero Tenacity, this is the liquid wall that we've seen before. And I think they're going to fall into it.
Yeah, just waiting for the salvos to drop in. Doma is boxed. Commit to the spike plant or not, you're a dead man. He throws it over the top. Zeke able to get the plant off at long last, but Enterprise are short-handed by one player. Yash has the Blade Storm. And with Alexic's ult in the previous round, it's his chance to shine, but very quickly goes dark. Zeke, the last one left, but with 5 players in front of him, this position in Arcade is involuntary. There is little that he can do to help the rest of his team now. Just a passenger as Zero Tenacity win the round, which puts them only a couple away.
Start to get worrying now for Enterprise. They're not showing what we expect of them. Coming in towards this one, Zero Tenacity. Obviously, they've had that long series from yesterday. And I think as well, it's actually really done well for them. They seem on the mark, they seem hot and ready to go. And it looks like they're highlighting B main as their next port of call as they leave the B site. Enterprise probably will try and take it. Look at this Arcade play as well.
Does get spotted by the cam and Kill as a tag for his troubles. This round, from the wider perspective, is being played out by both teams the exact same as the pistol. Enterprise from the top side, but Zero Tenacity this time able to hold on. They found a couple of kills, which has bridged the way back to the B site. They don't need to take it post-haste. There are ultimates to fall back on.
Attack Rolling Thunder used, and Killes taking the timing perfectly. It's just really scrappy, and Enterprise are able to come out the other side of it. Zeke dropped all the way down, 6 foot under, but the two defenders disconnected from one another.
Each just one ult point. A kill perhaps away from having their ult available. The first of those players peaks is MSH that gets the first, and MSH pounds them down with 3 kills. Enterprise looking dead and buried on this first map of Fracture.
Not how you want to start a grand final whatsoever. Enterprise picked this, front-loaded DeVito with one of their best maps. Sure, they've not played it in a while, but they were always convincing on it. And this time, they have not been. That second shot is disgusting.
Those same attack side issues as well coming back to plague them. Feels like a lot of these rounds that the pacing, Zero Tenacity are just so aware of what's going on. Deep wall from MSH early. Things have got to get better for Enterprise with what is a last chance buy. The stun and the ult coming in. Chance for a combo, gets nothing. Plenty of ults invested. Orbital strike back to try and condemn the tower play, and Killes has been held at the door here. Can't get in from main as he's the one player detached from the rest of the pack into the smoke. He's cleared out completely. Complete control for Zero Tenacity now.
Yeah, space to walk into, but you've got to be looking at Starkey, looking to reclaim this. MSH needs to win this 1 versus 1 to make sure they still have control of B main.
Starkey to receive him. MSH untouchable so far, and it will continue. A 5 versus 3 now, and while Doma starts to chip away at the odds, still Enterprise scratching their nails at the cliff face. If they can hang on a little longer, they're definitely gonna need to. It's Doma that you look to now to save the opening map. As we said, this series could go on to favor Zero Tenacity. It has started with a map win. Fracture falls as it crumbles from the hands of Enterprise. It's a 13-7 win for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, a worrying start, to be honest, from Enterprise. Again, as you said, those attack side issues are looking worrying. Fracture always looked like a good map for Enterprise. It's the first time they've played it in that second split. And honestly, after watching that, it needs to go back to the workshop. Challengers, EME on the horizon. And sure, it's a good time to test it, right? What your new ideas are. But if you think that Zero Tenacity were good at highlighting weaknesses, going into Challengers EME, the teams are much better, and they're going to show you how big those cracks actually are.
Regardless of the result today, as you've reminded us, both of these teams will walk away with 3 Ascension points, but not just for seeding, to take a title for the first time for either of these historic clubs within East matters so much to every single person involved. Zero Tenacity, for as, you know, much as we criticize them at times, have started this grand final off with a bang. The question is, can it continue? We'll see what the analysts think.
Indeed, and as Cairo said there, I think, you know, looking at that one for Enterprise Esports, a lot to go back to the drawing board with. This is not the same team that we saw last stage on this map. That is a completely different look for them, and yes, they were against a fired up Zero Tenacity, especially MSH. I mean, you take a look at that performance there, you're going to have to bring something like that out against a Sentinel like Keyless. He definitely made it happen. Oh dear, you've done it again. No audio. You're gonna have to figure that one out soon enough. Anyway, moving on from that point. There you go, you back?
It is. I think I'm back. I hope I'm back. Yeah,
back,
I don't know.
Back.
Tech issues continues. Hopefully I figure out. But yeah, I think it is crucial for MSH, Pyro, for those players to step up to the plate, especially in this match where Doma was heavy countering Alexic. Alexic couldn't get anything done on the attacking side because the stuns were incredible, the utility all the time. Doma was just shutting him down, but that's exactly where MSH, Pyro, both of them step up. MSH, insane amount of clutches, but we can't forget Pyro's impact in that round 7 clutch as well. Incredible picks right there. And Zero Tenacity, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that they dominated this fracture so well, because like we talked about previously, Enterprise Esports, they took down such a giant in this map with just PBL Pacific, and they have always looked great. But obviously, Zero Tenacity, just intense gameplay right there. It doesn't matter that they have best of 5 under their belt already.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're coming up against a team like Enterprise Esports that is kind of used to playing this length of series at this point, you're going to need to start things off with some firepower, and Zero Tenacity have come swinging right out of the gate. That's what I really love to see out of them. And in fact, yesterday, when they went the distance, they were still fired up towards the end, so I'm a little scared for Enterprise Esports now. I don't think they're going to be able to play the long game. With their first pick taken away from their hands, you know, that map advantage that they had in the veto completely nullified.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens on the second map, because Zero Tenacity is obviously their map pick, but it's a really good map for Enterprise Esports as well. But I'm going to be honest, I'm just really surprised about this fracture. I don't know. I wasn't expecting that from Zero Tenacity, even though that they have had a good track record of out of those 2 games that they have actually played in fracture. Those are both the finalists of last stage, Team Liquid Academy, Go Next Esports. They won against Team Liquid Academy, brought it to a very close match against Go Next Esports. Still, I couldn't quite see them winning against Enterprise Esports. I think on this map they're just a different beast, but somehow that was incredible. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm excited to see what Zero Tenacity can do more in this matchup.
All right, well, that's up and coming, but let's take a look back at that map real quick. You had a round that you wanted to take a look at from that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was Cairo highlighted this as well quite well. There was this Team Liquid wall. You can see Doma, for a second, he maybe survives this, but he goes behind that vice wall. I mean, has to just drop the spike, and after that it's a ball rolling all the way to the end. I think that was a small gimmicky thing that Team Liquid did. They did a similar wall. Zero Tenacity kind of switched it up, but I think this was the crucial point where Enterprise Esports in the end lost it all. The snowball, the control of the map that Zero Tenacity had here, just to pinch them down from every angle to the B side. It was completely nullified. Everything that Enterprise Esports tried to work in this round or in this whole half was nullified in that whole round. I think that's brilliant. The small little details of not playing Vice Wall how it's maybe intended, of keeping players outside of the site, but actually playing so the players don't leave the site in certain positions so the Teo can go with the salvos. I think that was brilliant. Obviously, so we've seen that in VGT, EMEA, Team Liquid, one of those to do it, but I think that was just incredible to see. These people are always studying what happens in that tier 1 circuit, and they're bringing it into this tier 2 circuit as well.
Yeah, I think if there's one thing I'm looking for the rest of this series for Zero Tenacity, it's for Alexic to start getting more of those first kills. We saw, obviously, right at the end with that scoreboard that Pyrol was on 5 first kills and Alexic only 1 over the course of that map. So there's still, there's even higher peaks to reach for Zero Tenacity. Hopefully they'll be able to do that on their second map of Haven and extend their lead in the series. That's up after this break.
Time I did, I pay my dues affiliated to this paper. I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out out just an unfamiliar coordinate. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Real, it's not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My love's clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. You ain't recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound, got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron, better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it, trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing, you do best not to test it. Yeah, you right, real all in my blood supply. Get ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant the right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They peptides, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. I'm on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast Grand Finals. Apologies for the slightly longer break than usual. We're back with Enterprise Esports versus Zero Tenacity, and it was a little bit of a shocker to get started here. Zero Tenacity take the first map 13-7, and that was Enterprise Esports' pick, obviously. And with them having 2 map vetoes to start things off, that is a scary prospect for Enterprise Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I do love Zero Tenacity going on to Haven. Enterprise Esports versus Zero Tenacity. I think this has been like the Haven battle amongst us, at least in the last stage. We haven't seen that battle quite yet on this stage, and we're just about to enter that. Usually, it's been the map that Zero Tenacity are actually great at. They've been winning against Enterprise Esports. Out of those 3 matches, they won twice. Sure, last time that they played against each other, Enterprise Esports was actually the team that won. And on that winner's interview, Zeke said along the lines that we gotta stop overthinking that we're playing against like a tier 1 teams like Heretics or something else. And from that, they kind of found more confidence in the map. And we saw Jazz popping off to the enemy spawn, all of that. I think that was incredible to see. I wonder whether Enterprise Esports can actually keep that up, because if they can bring that back from that stage 1, from that game that they played against Zero Tenacity, I think it could be amazing for Enterprise Esports.
Well, we're going to get straight up started with the agent select here, maybe, or we could just look at the beautiful map for a little bit. Either way, that works out. But yes, this is a map where both teams are quite comfortable. You know, this is a home, this is a home ground for both teams. It's not one of them kind of being more confident than the other. I don't think both of them always have this in their series, pretty much every time. So this really should just be a good indicator of how these 2 teams are on paper against each other, especially with a mirror comp.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams, they love to pick this map like you highlighted. This is their first pick usually. If the other team picks this and they have to pick something else for Enterprise, they maybe go to Icebox or something like that. But I do love going into this map because for me, it is very 50-50 in terms of composition, in terms of having these teams. I think Enterprise Esports, they maybe have more redemption. They maybe want to tie their record up to 2-2. But it's interesting to see whether Zero Tenacity can actually lead on that in Haven as well.
Indeed. Well, will Enterprise Esports even things up, or will it be Zero Tenacity taking the 2-0 start to the series here? We're going to find out in just a second with Hazza and Kyra.
Looking at the veto, and we already hinted at it, I think Haven now has the biggest importance in terms of the direction that this series goes in, that this grand final goes in. There was an opportunity for Enterprise to take a 2-0 lead for themselves. I think a lot of people would have been of that mindset. However, looking at how Zero Tenacity have begun things, now coming onto a map of their own selection, you feel as if, mirror comp here, it's all set up for whoever takes this one to then kick on.
Yeah, 100% agree. Haven is absolutely massive. The importance cannot be understated. First shot, only able to get rid of a cam. At the same time, though, 5 players head on towards C. Kill is under siege.
Accelerating their approach towards the C site. Killers has done his job in lighting up the field. Zero Tenacity, 3 back. What is that? Pyro, Pretty, and Grumek all involved. And as we are flying above their head like a drone above a New York City vlogger, I mean, we can see here that Enterprise have managed to worm their way back in. I mean, I don't really know what was going on there, but it's an Enterprise pistol.
The most pistol round of all pistol rounds. Like these rounds can be coin flips sometimes, and it just turns into a deathmatch. The utility, obviously, it can sometimes be here, there, and everywhere. An unbelievable dart to come through from Enterprise that helped the players hold on. A nice fight back, and then finally a good retake. The defense start things off very well. And now they look to get the ball rolling, and especially on a map like Haven, that's extremely important.
Of course, we'll remember that Zero Tenacity found the first pistol round in the previous map of Fracture. Enterprise quickly responding. Now having 2 in a row. Killer's the one threatened behind the smoke, but that kill, and onto Gramek and MSH as well, gives you all of the information, because you know this is a sign of commitment. Zero Tenacity try and follow through. This one should be falling flat, and it does. Squashed by Enterprise.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it, as squashed, because there was little to no resistance. And now, as things move on, that's 2 times that we've seen Zero Tenacity try and hit this C site. Obviously, with the lone Cypher towards that side of the map, you would think that would be a good decision. Instead, though, we're going to get our first A-lobby interaction, Hazza, as both teams have caught a lot of players towards this site.
There they have. It's an area which will be hotly contested throughout this map. And once again, you look to both duelists. It's Yash this time. Big kills. Finding both of the most impactful players on the Zero Tenacity side. MSH, Pyrol put into a communal grave. Alexic is going to try and claw back at this, but he falls, and that house of cards goes tumbling down, and Starkey is so well positioned to deal with the empty threat. This should be the bonus in the bag.
Should be. We've seen Zero Tenacity fight back from deficits before. Enterprise, though, are going searching. Zero Tenacity, this site, these chances, it's getting thinner and thinner.
Gramek was just floating outside the audible range, but they're not quite going to catch him on the cross. Pretty already put to the corner. His chance to pop up, but not before Yashu's found his next kill on the hit list. 3 rounds unanswered by Enterprise to start off the defender's side of Haven. It's a fantastic way to respond after the defeat on Fracture.
Yeah, disappointing from Zero Tenacity coming out of that first map. You'd think that the the momentum coming into this one would be good, but maybe Enterprise just starting to wake up. At the same time, though, I mean, we can see there's still plenty of rounds to be played, and we're actually getting a stinger buy from the attack.
Revealing area.
To see if there's any venom behind this. It's a cage put up early. Revealed Pyrol is one that doesn't go without a shock sent in his direction. Group up sewers. This is a huge duel for both sides, as it is only Zeke the steward of this position right now.
Although pulling across the breach, now 2 players to hold on and make things a little bit easier. But remember, it is Stingler's Hazza that's coming up here. Close combat is what Zero Tenacity want.
And Zeke was just taken out of play for a moment with the drone in hand. Doma has been dropped, and now it is just the pole to try and prevail in the situation. Alexic has lent the rest of Zero Tenacity a double, and they're just going to roll with the punches. Killers cross the jaw, and there you have it. Zero Tenacity with another thrifty, their 3rd or 4th in this series already.
Yeah, the management has been terrible on these anti-ecos by Enterprise, but at the same time, Zero Tenacity are proving that they have ideas with what they want to do with their eco rounds, and they're hitting them well. On top of that, the other aspect to this round, Hazza, is Enterprise had bodies on the site to play off one another, and Zero Tenacity should have had no way to look into that round.
It's the first full buy for both teams now, as we'd only seen the bonus before, and Zero Tenacity short-handed in the previous, still able to put up success. The reason why I stress the importance of this map is that while Enterprise are currently unbeaten 4-0 this stage, they should have really been punished in that upper bracket final game against Bitfix. So many rounds coming down to clutches. And if Zero Tenacity win a few more of those, it could make all the difference. Already, Yash is extended on A, as the rest of this attack are getting ready for the C push. He has denied the potential of a fake, and now you have to move up.
Oh, they're walking right into the short. But can't even shoot! Plays in Starkey, though. Somehow managing to get a couple of kills back in, but they have forfeited the site. 2 versus 4. Can Zero Tenacity provide the goods?
And it's on to Alexic again to be the difference maker. Into spawn he goes. It's that big exchange, and Yash has won the duel. Grumek put in the hot seat. He's not been the one to come up big in these situations for Enterprise. Not in a 4v1, at least. I do tell a lie. He has the most clutches in the region this stage, but yeah, that's a little out the wheelhouse.
Yeah, that was big stuff coming through. Defense now really starting to extend this lead, and you're wondering, is it just a matter of like the both teams understand how to be better on the defense, right? Enterprise, we know, have struggled on the attack, so will it be a defender bias, or is this actually starting to see Zero Tenacity fall away in this map?
I think it's a jet bias, honestly. It depends who's coming up with the goods, and right now that's Yash. Has been map to map. Despite Alexic's exactly wrongdoing.
Love this.
Gonna try and lead the charge down mid. Settles in the window. The bird's nest. And it's MSH that is first to go. Yash quickly in and out. Smash and grab. Alexic trying to follow it up, but he has been second best so far, and I don't think he's even expecting the corner.
No, he's
Yash
not.
could have a second.
Oh,
and
very well played. Very,
Yash has doubled up.
And this is the thing though, now the rest of the players are trying to come in to get that trade. Yash is lit up, so easy enough in the end, but Kelly is still here.
Where is
Just inside the smoke, investing the neural theft, upload of the biometrics, and now Enterprise, no, they will make their way towards A, but that first line of defense is Starkey, and as he will be suggesting to the rest of his team, the captain, this push has not yet arrived.
Yeah, on top of that,
left.
Doma just starting to now close in this position. There's no way out for Zero Tenacity unless Enterprise know about it. They'll be thinking that this will be an A-long play, and that's why Killez is watching towards there.
It's on the off angle. It won't get taken off it until the recon dart comes in.
10
Still
seconds left.
Starkey stowed away in sewers. Trying to hold on to this position, and has done so long enough to attract Doma to help support as well. Killez retreating up towards tower, and as Doma arrives, that's the ult online. A couple players to be caught within it, and he's only managed to get one, but it matters not as Pretty falls. 5 found for Enterprise as the lead continues to grow.
I think as well, that round was really tragic for Zero Tenacity. The timing's just not working out whatsoever. You can see that Pyro had an idea about a late flank, kept checking it. Doma played his timing to perfection. And yeah, Yash, I like this. Another iteration, trying something different, pushing mid, making the players think about now Zero Tenacity, about what's going on and the different iterations that this defense keeps doing round to round. Now the open play.
And Yash is happy to do that solo. With the op now in his hands, it's a double layered setup on C. Zero Tenacity not interested at the moment. The lobby space is all that they care to take under their control. Electric behind the smoke. But what utility is there to try and play him in? You've got Grumek with the ult, 2 flashes in his belt. Enterprise will look to challenge this in the mid-round though. And that's where things get interesting.
Taki's taking a step forward here, the players behind him, ready to support. The swing out, Alexic does get one back, but it's all Enterprise here. Zero Tenacity, they need to call a stop to things. It has not been working out whatsoever. Timeout territory, as it's known, as Killez has the perfect timing. The stun spot on, the players now knowing about, and Killez closing out. Enterprise hit 6.
Zero Tenacity hit for 6. I mean, as things stand, this is a home run of a defensive side. That op not yet involved. Zero Tenacity don't know about it, so something to be thinking of. The passive control that Yash was able to shepherd for the rest of his team was huge, but even then, you look at him having a bit of discipline to his game, dropping back deeper to the C-hold. Once they had the information of the A play shut down, Electric currently 4 and 7, the most kill contributions on the Tenacity team. But you still feel like it's not quite good enough for the Grand Finals performance.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very disappointing to win out Fracture like that and then move into towards Haven and be absolutely steamrolled.
Sure.
I mean, there's ultimates here to work with. We've seen Zero Tenacity are able to come up with plans for ecos. So it's not out of the realms of possibility. It's just a very uphill battle right now for Tenacity.
And to crack down on this conversation as well, I do sound like his biggest critic, but I think Electric knows that himself. It was after the Ascension group stages where he put so much of their poor performance on him not being able to step up to that level. When you think back to the first Grand Final that we had in East in 2024, he was an absolute beast. I mean, it was a demonic showing from him. So this a little out of character.
Cover going out.
And in one of those big moments yet again. Stingers on the table for Tenacity this time. It's an open B site that they can get into.
Yeah, the players know Tajash needs to be careful outside the smoke. Doma there is the one that gets the kill. Starkey getting one through the smoke with the spike going down. Can the Stingers find anything? The answer looks to be no. As it's going to be another flawless round for Enterprise. And they've even got so much time, they'll have a Hunter's Fury for the next round.
And to give some credit to what was able to be achieved by the Jet player in that round, one thing Electric has been really good at doing in these last couple of maps is creating space for the rest of his team. However, that was a very volatile situation. You know, it's a B-pop on a round where you've only got Stingers. Enterprise are expecting it, and the fact that they've been able to shore up this defense a little bit more on those chaotic rounds when Thrifties have historically been a problem. The only win for Zero Tenacity so far, one of them. You now come into the gun round with, you know, this being a huge decider for the opening half. Ops out on both sides and big ultimates to play around with.
That's the key point, is the big ultimates. The one thing for me though, Alexic, just glass cannon. MSH holds on towards mid. A very slow default so far by Tenacity.
Killis' cam is cornered on A as well. The setup is very, very deep. Starkey has fully committed to that teleport to just move over. Previously stationed towards B. Bit of a gap there, and you can see Yash moving over, but it's a perfectly timed smoke, as you say. A quicker pop with the Omen present.
That's the thing though, about just having the bodies on the line, and you look at these kill traps as well to work with, holding on to backside. Enterprise, they've got everything spot on.
Yeah, and Electric has to forfeit the dash and get out of there as well. He's caught by the ult, and on the way back through, it's Starkey in the corner! Starkey with 2 big kills. And that might just be the dagger for Zero Tenacity. Taken down in full on the A site. Such a huge round in this map, let alone series, when you consider the implications that Haven has on the timeline. And there you go. Huge win for Enterprise.
It's not even the rounds that they're winning right now for Enterprise, it's the way in which they're doing. So you think of that last one, Hansa, like, just so easy. And that's the thing, Zero Tenacity, I don't know, like I feel at this point in time they're showing us no hope.
So quick to react. I mean, Starkey here with the Outlaw. And Garage does have a rifle drop for himself outside. He'll pick that up now. Phantom in the hands as they're ready to slow this push. So Vandal, a rogue rifle on both Pyrol and MSH. There's the Electric that we know.
But can't they steamroll this into something to work with, right? Entry pick got, no defensive smokes, which have been an issue for Tenacity, and you've also got a Rolling Thunder which to work with. Doma lucky to escape with their life, and Alexic looking to try and disengage. That's 2 players seen now towards B.
Alexik given 3 opportunities to find a kill with this Sheriff, and he's picked up 2 of them.
Yash.
Doma the next to fall, but now we look to Yash. The Jets opposite number. Killers buying as much time as he can for the duelist, as that op is still stationed long and yet to find any value. Gromek kept in the corner as the dart lights up his position. This is where the attack should be looking to move towards spawn side and remove any real possibility, as it's a second op on Zeke, which is just screaming at you, this is a save.
Yeah, 100%. Don't want anything to do with it at the time. I guess at the same time, though, Enterprise do want to make this expensive as possible for Tenacity, thinking about the money situation, and this being the half buy. And presto, something of a lifeline. Tenacity, I would argue, need at least 3 more. Yash will get the next one, and well, he will get caught out in the end. So yeah, that's the big thing for me, Hazza, is now where do we see Tenacity go? What does the next couple rounds look like? Because they were able to find a way through manipulating mid and that B main.
It's another thrifty round as well, let's not forget, and they've managed to cash out in full, make the most of that investment, as it's an op retained for Alexik. Wasn't the best look in prior rounds. Was just looking to be fed a peek or 2, which he was denied. But with Zeke holding on to the second op in what was a triple sniper defense on the previous. Yash is here for the fight as well on A. Huge head-to-head coming up.
Get out of my way.
Oh, caught out. Yash though finally identified, and that's for Tenacity now looking to deposit Alexik for a late round, as they still look towards mid as a point of avenue they can work with. At the same time, look at this proactivity from the defense, Hazza.
Yeah, this is nice. Getting Yash on the line, seeing if they can set him up, but still insecurity about sewers. MSH takes the trap away, places a new one down, the timing is off, and Yash set up. A kill picked up for him, but where is Alexik in all of this? He is wrapping around outside of A, and to long he goes to nail them down with a Blade Storm, and that's exactly the impact you called for. Back-to-back double kill on back-to-back rounds for Alexik. Still a 2v3, but one more shot here and it's done. Alexik has become the hero that we know him to be for Z10. In round number 11, just about getting the dregs at the end of this half.
Exactly though. And it's disappointing because it has taken so long for Tenacity to finally get into this position. But I don't think 9-3 is enough. It needs to be 8-4 for this defensive half to have legs, and then we can start to talk about how it looks on the other side of the half. As for now, you're looking at what Enterprise have. If there was more rounds, you'd be worried about the economy, having to spend every last penny to get an operator on this one, and we will get an op versus op duel on either side.
It's Yash looking to try and push the envelope and walk down mid this time again. Alexik within proximity. This C play, all just a fake, a bit of a ruse from Zero Tenacity. The spike is still lingering in Garden. There is no follow-up, the cam has the info, and Zeke has countered Pyro. He hears the steps, 30 HP, and
no
still
way.
Zeke overachieving on the A site. How many more is Zeke gonna pick up? More than enough. He has done his job, and that might just be the half sealed with 9 for Enterprise.
I think that could be it, exactly. 9-3 half is going to be very tough to come back from for Zero Tenacity. I understand that Enterprise have had problems on their attack, but they can't be that bad, can it? MSH now be seen as he's trying to escape towards C, but Doma has open and flawless to finish out the half.
Yeah, look, a couple of thrifty rounds here and there is all that Zero Tenacity are going to pick up, as it's a 9-3 half. Alexik didn't start hot, but he's now built back into this game. Is it going to be enough to propel the rest of this team forward, or do Enterprise clap back in the most convincing way possible? That's what we're waiting for after the break.
A chance to go 2-0 up in this grand final, perhaps squandered by Zero Tenacity after that attack half. Although Enterprise have had attack problems themselves, can they fix it here, moving in towards this pistol round and second half of Haven?
I think this would be one of the best ways to track their progress, Cairo. How much have Enterprise improved from the first stage? This was the map that they struggled on most when it came to those attack halves. And it starts with a bang in lobby again.
Well, Alexic looking to stand tall. A player that needs to be counted on. And well, won't get that first engagement. Then they look towards short. The players now starting to push the issue. The flash is hitting. And so are Yash's classic. Absolutely huge. The Jet player once again showing up. And well, Alexic finally getting one of his own.
And he's responded in the biggest way possible, taking Yash off the board, still Sheriff in hand. There are two players behind this A defense for Zero Tenacity. Should be more than enough.
You can see already MSH getting closer to rotating towards A as Enterprise have looked to cut everything out of this round. The players on the site need to be careful. Sure, they've already used utility here, but now they just need to stand up. They just need to win their fights. The players walk in. Doman's jumping, pretty caught, but Alexic not. Now the Sheriff needs to get more, but he's so low. And needs to be counted, needs to find MSH, needs his teammate to support him, and it will not come. Enterprise, double digits found.
And back-to-back pistols for them. 3 consecutive in this series now, looking all the way back to Fracture. That one to forget, but this could be a total drubbing of Zero Tenacity. You look at the previous stage, they played each other multiple times on this map, 3 times in fact. It featured in every series. It was Enterprise which lost the opening couple, but that 3rd time of asking, Zero Tenacity finally fell to their hands. That was a margin of 13-7. This could very well go 13-3 if they can build up a decent bonus.
MSH though manages to avoid the drone's contact, although Enterprise are taking their time with this. We know they've had issues against thrifty rounds. The biggest issues are made his way down mid, Alexic finding a little pocket in which to work with.
He is without a weapon here though. It is just the classic, and as good as that looked for Yash in the previous, it's a big duel with his Marshall on A here. That's one picked up onto Pretty, and Alexic's floated over the trip, but is well accounted for by Killez. Any chance in the round for Zero Tenacity should now be lost, as Enterprise will be trying to make this as clean as possible.
I mean, this is just all a ruse at the minute, as the players, or it could seem to be, as the players start to make their way there. Finally, Yash gets heads on, gets the contact, Pyro left, lucky to keep his life as the spike starts to go down. Pyro out of the smoke and into hell. Enterprise finding 11.
It's a commanding lead which they currently hold on to. This round feels like a bit of a throwaway. It's not the strongest of bonus rounds that we'll have seen. They were really just playing for security when you see, you know, Marshals coming out and the like Stingers, just choice weaponry in an anti-eco to make sure that you land 11, because from this point onwards they'll have multiple opportunities to get themselves in a position to close. It's Alexic's op which I'm looking at, the first point of contact on this C push.
This operator, Flash good, Yash even better. And the corner is MSH, and Yash has just done so well. At the same time, the spike now makes its way forward. Enterprise, though, have deposited players elsewhere on the map, scared that there's going to be a push, but the defenders are outside of C and ready to start the retake, and it's just not going to happen, not at all. It's looking to be flawless in this round. Another one, which Enterprise find. It is going to be 12 Hazard, and as you said, very much looks like a 13-3.
Yeah, I mean, map point on their opponent's pick. As I put it before, Zero Tenacity won in the first couple of appearances between the two on Haven, but it looks like it's going to be back-to-back wins for Enterprise on the map as it makes its first showing in the final series of Stage 2. The first time that we see these teams face each other before the EMEA event coming up, and I have to say, Yash has looked indomitable with that op in his hand so far. It's brought down low early, but low isn't low enough.
Yeah, if he's still got health and he's still in the server, there's always a chance. And Pyro shows that there is a chance in this round, but maybe not so much anymore. It's a brawl in towards the attacker spawn, and the defenders are winning it out. It's Starkey all alone in mid, somehow out of nowhere. Zero Tenacity win that out.
Yeah, it's a huge round from Zero Tenacity, and a very bold call to make, to be constricting multiple ends of the map at once, getting that aggressive, but it's the kind of play that you have to make when Enterprise have 9 map points. Make it 8 to now close.
Yeah, and I think as well, the attack side up, found on towards the Lexic. There was only one light shield, by the way. There was no sort of extra health pool for the defenders. They just won out on sheer firepower. Now Enterprise look to go and hit towards A, but the Cypher has switched positions from the C side towards this side of the map on A.
MSH is ready to receive the Enterprise side, which have plagued them so far on this map. Down into the sewers he plunges. Yash ready to pull the trigger. It's a Bucky in hand. But contact from the cam means that we're not going to see that duel for just a moment. It's Alexic in behind that it could be the problem error right now. He's just respecting that trap. Finally, the kill onto Zeke taken. That's where he's going to backpedal. And Enterprise have a decision to make.
Yeah, they do, and it seems as if it's going to be hit forward. The players on the side ready, but Pretty will win that fight. That's now 4v3.
Bodies in backside, Starkey to bury them. One picked up, Doma following it, Killers as well. And so the old guard on the Zero Tenacity side go down at the hands of players who now on this Enterprise roster are reviving their own stories one step at a time, one map at a time. Fracture falls, but Haven held by Enterprise. They go all even in this grand final.
Are we just trading out map picks? Is this what we're in? I mean, both teams have very good map pools. I think that's fair to say. We've seen many a map from both. Now moving into this grand finals, it's an effective best of 3 between the two, and it makes it more exciting as we start to head towards the latter end of this veto.
Yeah, and look, I still have my concerns about Enterprise as this one drags on, but if there was any confidence builder that you wanted right now, it would be a dominant 13-4 win on your opponent's map pick. We've seen it been a little bit contentious between the teams at times, but I think Enterprise have given us a resounding response there and moved the needle to great effect by picking that one up. Icebox up next. We'll have to see what the analysts think of this one for now, though.
Yeah, I mean, that was a rough second map for Zero Tenacity. We were just kind of, while we were watching the last few rounds of that one, we were just kind of counting up the kill tally there for Zero Tenacity. And before they got their 4th round, they were on 28 combined kills as a team, which is less than 2 kills per round on average. Which, yeah, I think that sums up everything. I think they just about got over 2 kills per round by the end of the game there, but we can take a look at the stats in just a second here. Oh, and I like this. What happened? What happened, MP?
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think Zeke made it perfectly clear when they won against Zero Tenacity last time in Haven. They just have to stop overthinking that they're playing against tier 1 teams and just go in with the confidence, and that is exactly what they did multiple times. Jazz once again pushing in mid, Jazz once again finding a lot of ground on the attacking side, Jazz once again almost 3 KD in this map. Incredible performance, and I'm gonna be honest, I think this is what we were expecting from Enterprise Esports throughout the Fracture, throughout this Haven, and I'm gonna be honest, I think that should continue in the Icebox as well. And talking about the Haven, yeah, sure, it's Zero Tenacity's pick, but it's a Zero Tenacity picked by Enterprise Esports' design. They were like, okay, this is gonna be picked in this veto anyway. They would have picked it themselves, but they wanted to pick something else because they knew that the Haven is gonna come there and they're comfortable in that. So to me, it's not that big of a surprise. Sure, I think the dominance in the fashion that Zero Tenacity actually lost this, it was quite a surprise, but in the end, Enterprise just looked so much better here.
Well, before we take a look at the rest of the series, you had a little round that you wanted to illustrate for us, so go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the things why Enterprise Esports look so good in this map in Haven. So For Zero Tenacity, they don't quite have a full buy. What are the win conditions here? Well, they are found right here. Most of the ultimates are what usually are win conditions here when Alexic, yeah, obviously having that Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury, usually helps with the heavy attacking, fast-paced push. And that's what you kind of expect from the side of Enterprise Esports when you look at these positions. Kiles is all the way here. He doesn't want to give that first frag away because the neural theft is one away as well. That would be really detrimental. He doesn't want to be in the rage of the Hunter's Fury. He's just playing backside trips, retake, and fast rotate to A side as well. I think the most interesting thing here is how Enterprise Esports would have countered the fast play of Zero Tenacity, what they do on the map as well. I want you to take a look at this, what happens here, Zeke droning long and Jazz pushing up in mid. Let me play out this round and see what happens. This is the classic Jazz push that we saw previously. Again, going for mid, he has one cover from Doma, but they drone A long. That's a two-factor drone. That's like a setup for Enterprise Esports on maybe having operator in long. That's stuff for Zero Tenacity that they have to figure out. But also checking, is the fast push gonna come into a lobby? Which allows Jazz to actually sneak up into window, which is brilliant because MSH, if you're Cypher there, you have no clue. Jazz is out of the touch there. Alexic comes around. He's like, okay, Jazz, he probably went back to the side, right? Obviously, every sensible player would go back to the side. So Alexic is not even gonna look at here. And the most brilliant thing right there for Jazz getting that kill as well. But Doma had that layer of support with the fault line as well. Jazz does eventually get picked out here. But I think that was just brilliant round from Enterprise Esports. How they kind of counter the win conditions there. How they play against this Zero Tenacity. The possible ultimates coming into that round and kind of figure out what they could do against the Zero Tenacity roster there.
Yeah, and I think what that means for Icebox is that for Zero Tenacity, it's going to have to be a full reset on that one. I think just like Enterprise Esports probably did after Fracture, you know, like they probably looked at that and went, that is not what we want. And as you said, maybe overthinking it, maybe going into the next map, they were just like, okay, we need to chill, we need to run it down a little bit more. You saw Yash just absolutely like he's currently the only entry fragger on the server so far, so we'll see if that carries on over into Icebox or if Zero Tenacity can clap back once again. We're gonna go to a quick break and then we'll be right back with that.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie, people forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark, but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try, but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in warm up from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
You're a waterfall, I'm a fire. No surprise we don't go together.
Alright everybody, welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast. We are 2 maps into the grand final, and it did not go the way of Zero Tenacity that time around. It is now 1-1 the scoreline, and Enterprise Esports clapped back with a very solid map 2. 13-4 in their favor, and really just didn't give Zero Tenacity an opportunity to get into things whatsoever. So moving on to Icebox, things are all up in the air. We really don't know what to expect now, because it does seem like these are 2 teams that on their day are very amazing. Maybe no, let's not even call it on their day, on their hour, right? It seems like it changes. These I don't know, are they vibes based? Are they like I don't know what to expect ever.
I mean, I think we have to address the elephant in the room, the composition of Enterprise Esports. On the interview, they said that they cooked up the comp 5 days ago. Now it's been 7 days.
Yeah.
So they cooked up this comp 12 days ago. Sure, they have had now time to practice the comp even more. They have already 1 win under their belt. But you're facing Zero Tenacity, who is pretty good in Icebox. They are kind of running a funky composition as well, that Breach Waylay. But I'm gonna be honest, I think that Breach Waylay is a great counter to a composition that has 2 duelists, well, kinda 3 duelists when you have Chamber in that roster as well. I think that Breach could become detrimental for Enterprise Esports, because if the fault lines are on point, that cuts off any aggressive pushes that they have in mind. That kind of maybe cuts off the ISO. You can isolate the duels with the ISO. When you go with the fault line, then go for the peak. I think that nullifies the ISO shield a lot of the times as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Zero Tenacity actually utilizes this composition, this Breach and Waylay, against this really heavy aggressive composition of Enterprise Esports.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is a massive factor of this one. Obviously, last map, it's a map that both teams liked, and critically, they were running the same comps, right? That was what we saw on that one, and you could see everybody in their roles how they differently played it. And a big part of that was Yash and Alexic, right? Yash doing so much more work on the entries, just absolutely steamrolling their way through. Not that they had too many attacking rounds anyway, but you know, it just wasn't the same on the other side. This isn't really going to be the same thing. Once again, just as on Fracture, they're running completely different compositions. As far as we know, we never know that they might have cooked up something completely new in the last 7 days, Enterprise Esports, but that's what we're expecting. And we go back to that kind of thing of maybe it is the composition, maybe it's the strengths and weaknesses of that kind of strat book that they're running that is going to be contributing to the scoreline at the end of this one. But do you think that Enterprise Esports, the momentum they have now and the confidence that they're going into this next map with, is going to be a big factor?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's gonna be the greatest factor for Enterprise Esports, especially because they are running a comp that is not quite as good as Zero Tenacity, in my opinion. I don't think it has the synergy, but what it has is firepower. It is the support for your duelist. ISO on Yas, I think it is incredible, especially after the map that Jazz just had. If you can have kind of similar performance, but you can actually win out multiple duels more than Jazz just did, because you have that ISO shield, you have the kill contract here and there as well. I just wish we were gonna see more of Kiles. Kiles was really good with the Reyna previously, but I think the ultimate didn't come through often enough. I think there was a time where Kiles got ultimate on round 5 and just used it on round 11, so I kind of want to see more of Kiles on that Reyna.
All right, well, Yash has kind of been running the show so far. Another duelist map from him on ISO, this time for Icebox. Can Alexic step up to the plate and fight back against him? This is the time to show it, if there was any. We're going to Icebox now with Hazza and Kyra.
That we are, and it's excellently put, Twiggy, as well. I think, you know, Yash, a player who plays 5 of the 7 available duelists on the roster. However, I have to say, I wasn't too excited by his ISO performance last time around. This is a comp in progress, I still think, for Enterprise. We all know it's only had 12 days since we've seen it in officials. There is extra time, of course, to help improve things. But for me, this is Zero Tenacity's opportunity to respond. We talked about trading map picks. I think there is definitely potential for that again here, but it has to start with success.
Yes, it does, as all maps do. Pistol round in, and well, the salvo's not hitting to deny Pretty from getting that ultimate orb. The fight's ensued. Somehow, we're seeing Zero Tenacity take another couple of entry picks. Yash, though, brings it back. We're in a 3v3.
I mean, very quickly silenced as Yash continues to find value. There's only one player left on the site to deal with Doma, and so he's going to go ahead and chase down Grimek right into the doldrums. MSH is coming in on a late flank, but those steps just outside of the audible range. Doma has no idea, and pin to default should be a dead man. No, he takes the timing, using the drone. Oh, it's a bit of a mismatch, and MSH will capitalize. He kept us waiting, but it's yet another clutch, and this time it delivers the pistol.
Pistol rounds, obviously, they're not the most important, but they can certainly decide how the start of maps go, the momentum. And I think for me, MSH is a player that we've always put a big question mark on the performances. Map 1 was good, map 2 not so much. And now in towards map 3 has started well. Now moving in towards this next round, Yash has bought up a Marshall.
It's something we've seen a few teams do. I know we were getting a lot of it last year with Element on CGN, right? Always one who loved to do that. We've seen Foot in EMEA give an Outlaw to Zeus when they can on a second round. I think something we've got to be looking at as well is the player who was just on your screen, Zeke. He has the Headhunter. He barely needed to spend a bullet because he wasn't able to in the previous. So a couple of clean shots here on a Pyrol who's looking for info, and that would be a chance, but it's one which is going to pass him by for now.
Still, all the players are sending it forward. Pressure on that B side. Wall up, Toxin starting to drain though, and the opportunity to get the spike down perhaps could have passed, as now all of Zero Tenacity are here to respond to what Enterprise have.
Zeke is looking towards Snowman as it stands. It's Alexic on the opposite side. He moves up further. Dangerous position, but given up in the end. Enterprise happy to, at the very least, have gotten the spike down in a round which doesn't best suit them. Anything from this point onwards is a bonus. Doma with 1 kill, still a 4v3. They trail by a player, and that's where Starkey starts to look through mid.
Yeah, a player who's very good down on the Lux, and well, it's an extra layer in which this post plant will work from. Still, the last 2 players on pistols, and already the spike being worked on. I think this is definitely going to be diffused. Starkey nowhere near to get in position, and you're really hoping that these last 2 players on Enterprise will get picked off, because if they don't, you're not going to have as much money in the next round.
Yeah, it's just going to about be enough for Starkey, but he's missing the Poison Cloud, he's missing his Snake Bite. Yeah, that is a weird conclusion. It was an over-ambitious rotation that he was trying to make, but that's what you go for on a round such as this. Slight tech pause, but hopefully resolved soon.
Yeah, small mouse issue. That is obviously the tool, not an infestation.
Someone's left some cheese on the floor or whatever. Yeah.
But I think as well, like, just to talk about quickly the implications of what has happened because of that last round, is it means that there'll be little to no mid pressure from Starkey and the Viper. Look, as always, we expect that Viper Orb to go down in mid, and that now means that, like, maybe Zero Tenacity will have an easier time looking and reading into these looks through mid, if Enterprise decide to use that. And again, Enterprise on the attack, and I hate to be the guy who's always flogging a dead horse, but Enterprise have always struggled on the attack, and they look to have done here.
Absolutely. I think you have multiple different avenues at which you can hit that lurk timing, and we saw Enterprise do a lot of it previously on this map against Bitfix when the comp debuted, whether it is Zeke or Starkey. In terms of just taking a wider perspective at how the map is played, line control is so important, right? That fog of war which clouds the judgment of the defense. If you can get players up B long nice and early, as Zeke did in the previous, or you can take away control so far as pipes or, the brackets on A, where we often see that Viper wall placed, then Zero Tenacity are going to have a very late heads up in terms of where that hit is coming in. That's where you then throw in the second layer when you've got a lurk coming through. That's just in terms of the technical aspect, in terms of how this one is played. But when you look at the two teams, I think, and the broader conversation of this series as well, Icebox is nestled in a very interesting place. Because for me, at the very least, this is one which is tentative for Enterprise. They're going to kind of need to win it, because you look at their split, sure, Zero Tenacity have picked into it, but Enterprise's record, while it is 2-0, they've had some pretty shaky maps in there, right? Like, they've only been able to win by a margin of 2 rounds, nothing more. 13-11, 14-12 off the top of my head. ESC and Sweet and Sour. And then, what's map number 5? Ascent, the same one that they got dumpstered by Bitfix on at the beginning of the upper final. So, it's a difficult road from here on out, really. And of those 3 maps, if they had to take 2 of them, honestly, I would put that down to being the next 2. You don't want to leave it late.
You definitely don't. And well, as we look here, it's the same salvos once again. Pretty pushed back. Remember, this is the bonus round, but you'd be mistaken, or you'd be forgiven, sorry, for mistaking this as a buy, because Alexic has brought an AWP and MSH a rifle of their own.
Alexic, of course, being the sole custodian of the B site right now, and that line control I'm talking about, Zero Tenacity have so much of it on B. It means they can afford this big rotation, the stack of bodies on A. They are ready for Enterprise. But are they going to be able to deal with it?
Yeah, well, Gramek holding this angle is able to win out the first. Remember, it's a breach player, and as the players come in, the stun's perfect. Spike denied, and well, this round might be... The last 2 players on Enterprise try to fight back, but they're all known about this chamber from up high and Starkey from down low. He's trying to deposit the players lower, and they certainly look to be. Pyro rescues a rifle, which he can work with. And remember, there's only 3 points of health on Starkey, and now it's up to Zeke, the chamber player, in a 2 versus 1 to get a most needed round on the first buy. And Zeke hasn't moved, hasn't repositioned. The players of Zero Tenacity should know, and they certainly do, as they convert the bonus round.
There was no rendezvous to fall back on there for Zeke. And for the rest of Enterprise, they fully commit to the A play. They didn't have any info on the rest of the map. There was no mid setup, like you said, with the absence of the Viper Orb. No way to put pressure on. And so Alexic gets that control that I was talking about in the build-up to it. And then that just allows for 4 players to set up and defend. I have to say, it was brilliant from Pretty to find 2 kills. And Grumek's utility and support is fantastic as well. But don't let that sort of overshadow the fact that the setup was catered perfectly to how Enterprise like to play these stop-start rounds.
100% agree. And I think obviously not happy with the way that this attack side is going, and you know that, right? We already have addressed this issue map to map, and every single time we move into these attack halves, we say to the viewers, listen guys, you have to remember, Enterprise have struggled here, so if they do well, it's nice to see that improvement. That's now, I would say, the second attack half where I'm starting to feel a little bit underwhelmed by Enterprise.
Going into the EMEA event, one of the big talking points is the depth of map pool, and you've briefly mentioned it there as well. I think the difference that we're starting to see, at least at the beginning of this one, is between what a good icebox looks like and what a great icebox looks like. And right now, Zero Tenacity, just that level above. They have a few more reps here as well, 5 times played, in contrast to just the one previous appearance for Enterprise. As we go into this round, Doma is the only player with the rifle and an ult, as the rest will just be looking to pick up the pieces.
I think that's a good word that we'll check back in on as pieces, because this round could fall apart very quickly, and with the Hunter's Fury invested, the kitchen sink perhaps thrown in towards this one, and maybe a little bit too hastily by Zero Tenacity.
Pretty does like to be proactive with his usage of this overall, try and claim a pick early, heard the sound cue of the Teho drone, so knew that Doma would be stationary. It's a big win for Enterprise early though, because if they can get into post, then they should be set up. But as that wall drops, there are players behind it. Quick trade off the rifles, 4 versus 4.
Pyro left himself on an island with dropping the wall as well. Players trying to hold on to backside, but they're just going to recommit.
Timing, Starkey has just found a kill on B, and now with the Armageddon committed to the site, Zeke is the furthest player forward. He's back-to-back with Pretty, and the spike is going to continue on the A warpath. It's an op which the Viper player has picked up, and as the captain continues to call the rest of his team towards the site, which he is absent from, the authority continues to stand. He is such an issue for Zero Tenacity right now. They might just have to give this up entirely.
They could do. It depends on how long the timing looks like and how much Starkey can buy here. It does look like it's been a fair bit. Now we've gone to 1v2, maybe 2v2 actually, as Grimex coming in. On towards the spike they try to go, but Killis is looking to be bombed on site. Identified, salvos in, delay coming through. The player's still not getting work on the spike, and now it's up to Grimex to hold on and defend the diffuser. But as Starkey comes through, Pretty comes off it and gets the spike defused. It was a risky round, a lot invested in terms of ultimates, but Zero Tenacity are the one who come out on top.
And it's the ex-Diamant duo who look to do good at the second time of asking in a grand final. A brilliant clutch between the two of them. Starkey routed out for as much damage as he did. Enterprise, with time low, forced to commit to another A play, which results in a spike defuse. Into this one, it is now the full purchase. The op is out for Zeke, but improvements must be made. Well, that Empire will continue to build for Z10, and well, Zeke cracks the whip, he's got the opening pick. But the defense have doubled down.
He's trying to fall off, doesn't want anything to do with B long, but at the same time in doing so, it's allowed Alexic a lot of space, and the players now can commit towards the A side.
Alexic gets the info from Garage. This is also the weakest A-hold that we've seen. In Zero Tenacity being stretched so thin, it's allowed Starkey right through the midfield yet again, but this time he's supported by Zeke.
Bullets starting to be hit on towards Starkey, but it's the same situation as last round. With time being bombed and Pyro finding the timing of the sentry, and Alexic starting to move round. Starkey distracted, and look at this, Alexic, he's just been seen. Now everybody else is notified to this position, and they need to try and fight it. And Zero Tenacity fighting in all fronts. Alexic buying time for the players to get onto the spike. What does the delay look like? Because there's no tail, there's no salvos, and there's no one there to deny this. It's another round for Zero Tenacity. away. And Enterprise, they cannot get a grip of these post plants.
It was a game of timing, a game of chance. But Zero Tenacity are happy to roll the dice and risk it all again. Enterprise had a two-pronged push, both Zeke and Starkey. Those anchors which you expect to be floating around the map, a little bit more support in the mid. But Zeke just turns his head at the very second that the player under is walking into him. It's Pyrol that gets the pick. And with the Viper player staying alive, they've got this toxic screen to work with in the retake. Each domino falling one after the other as this defense continues on an upward trajectory.
I mean, you use dominoes as an image to think about, but it's more like a house of cards sometimes for these post plants. And Alexic maybe dancing with the devil a little bit. Empress being brought out by Killis, the Reyna ultimate, high fire rate. You're looking for that to be an avenue in which to work on. At the same time, Enterprise scaling well on B.
Yeah, and something to talk about with the setup here, the 3-2 split, is that speaking to Lagia in those post-match interviews, he was saying Zeke is usually the one in charge of the mid-rounding. He is micromanaging the pack, and Starkey's making the pre-round calls. So this time, it looks like a bit of a mismatch with both of them grouped up together. The question is, who's pulling the strings? Who's setting up this round? It's B that they're going to commit to. And already that Chamber player has bypassed the orb, so Pyrol is under serious threat behind this Viper
30
wall.
seconds left.
Needs to be careful. We'd think this would normally be the Lux, but well, with hearing the ISO and seeing the Reyna flash, Pyro knows that he needs to win out! Oh my god, an MSH is here at the right time! A hero in the round! And just it seems like Enterprise cannot get by these
10
villains.
seconds left.
The spike on the ground, and it's gonna tick away. It'll be 6 for Zero Tenacity.
Yes.
Doma can do nothing about it. 1 kill on to Gromek is cool, but MSH is even colder, ice cold. In fact, as we've seen some serious composure about Zero Tenacity have risen to the task of this Icebox Defenders side. 6 rounds unparalleled. That being the first of which is one on elimination rather than a post-plant situation.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I feel as if the Enterprise composition, jury's still out. I understand that the match isn't decided by agents alone and utility, but I just do not like what I'm seeing.
Alexic gaining the early info, light speed up to belt, refracting right back.
Yeah, now creating a question mark which Enterprise have, well, walked straight into. They're drawing themselves in. This just looks to be a straight hit.
Oh.
The ISO finding Alexic, a 1 versus 1, which will be absolutely massive as the execute comes through. Now you're looking at Gromek to try and win it out. And it looks like with so many players there, it should be easy enough in a post plan, which you think Enterprise should be able to convert.
That's unless Pyrol can say anything about it. Already MSH lost. Those 2 players which have already proven they are up to the level. But this ending flawlessly. Enterprise with their first round on the board. The most convincing that we could possibly have seen from them after the opening 6.
6-1. Finally an answer back. But we are now starting to come into the ultimate cycle, which Zero Tenacity have much more effective ultimates. I mean, we've already seen Enterprise use theirs, but I mean, you're thinking of round winners. Zero Tenacity have 3 of them.
Right here.
I mean, Doma is just 1 away from the Armageddon, the Teho ult to deny the lockdown when it comes through, but right now, Alexic is running things. A tight leash which he holds Enterprise on, and from the corner it's a second collection, looking for the 3-piece pickup. Next player down, Starkey shown the door, Alexic coming into his own, finally dealt with by Zeke, but damage done. A 4 versus 2, and with no space to reset, Pyrol's watching mid. Enterprise will lower their head to the guillotine yet again, and it is MSH to pull the string and drop the blade.
Yeah, Enterprise, they found a little bit of success in that last round. So Zero Tenacity said, you want to hit our site, you're going to have to get by us first. And well, Alexic, dealt with in the last round, cannot be dealt with here. And yeah, you see this. This is just unbelievable mechanics from the young Polish player. I thought he was Polish, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're thinking about Yash, right? The guy in the back of your mind too.
Yeah.
I said coming into this map, the ISO was not his strong suit, and we have seen a completely different version of him step into the server on Icebox. As I was concerned, Alexic now running on full confidence in that head-to-head. This round, the pit placed between Enterprise and the A site, which they've struggled to take. Despite the chokehold that has been had on it, Pyro has found the opening pick already.
Yep.
And Alexic's right in the back lines as that lust for blood continues.
I mean, hiding in this corner as well, making and forcing Enterprise to go and clear him out. This off angle, they won't think about it, and Doma isn't.
They just think he's disengaged, but Alexic wants more. He ain't gonna stop until it's a third grand final under his belt. It's against Zeke, his former teammate, who will fall as the final player to the Z10 Flawless.
Man, I like Alexic is just unbelievable, right? I understand he's good with an op, but I love to see this man rifle. Pyro does really well to catch players off guard through that pit. Just getting a little, I guess like it just gets the feet right, and these shots are insane, man.
Yeah. From that first one tap on the walking target to the 2-bullet burst that takes down the next. Alexic on rails as Gromek is the one that brings the op out this time. I mean, wherever Enterprise go, they're getting laid out flat. Zeke finally has a kill, and it's a big one. It opens up B, but can the spike get there quick enough? I don't think so.
No, MSH is here, has it, and so is Gromek.
That Nano's brought so much delay. He's got a second one in pocket, but now you look to the rifle. Zeke walking in. He has the most damage in the exchange, and it's key that he wins it, but Gromek battles back immediately. The breach ult can't deny the plant, but it can follow up with a pretty Sova ult, which sends Zeke to the spectator screen as Doma is called upon.
Has the ulti.
That's about all for now. He'll be without the salvos, and as the dart reveals his position, it's a statement of intent. Doma committing the ultimate. At the very least, it has been half though, the spike. He drops in, and with the toxins gone, it's an open view to a full defusal. I mean, Doma just didn't have enough time to play around with. And despite the fact that he walks away with 3 kills, the rounds are ever evasive if you're Enterprise.
I feel as if that's the third time that that's happened though. Enterprise are trying to play these really far back and extended post plants, and sure you have the tail, but they just do not have control. They're swinging out, they're either losing the fight and allowing the full defuse, or on top of that, they're just not challenging. I don't know, my head is thoroughly scratched at the moment as I do not understand what is going on.
Definitely issues that go further beyond the 5 agents that you see in the server, but Yash finally responding. That's a first blood found to Pyro. The B-site anchor relieved of his duties early, but here is Alexic. He has been running the show so far, and with 2 players hindered under the site, it's 2 more targets for him to take. Alexic has his quad, he's looking for the ace, and of course, he will get it.
It's not only that, Hazard, he did not take a single point of damage. A flawless ace. And do you know what? This map, it seems flawless. Very rarely has Alexic died in a first death duel, and Zero Tenacity have hit 10. They're doing 1 better than what Enterprise could do on Haven. They're looking to send this one home and send a message to Enterprise that they are here to be the top dogs.
Speak of homes, Enterprise have been bullied in their own backyard. There is one final round left to be played in this opening half of Icebox to save some face. And while Yash started things off pretty nicely on the previous, he's got to do more here, and it's Pretty instead who opens up his account. The drone now available to fly into this Viper's pit. Well, it won't get the clearance that they were quite looking for. The lockdown definitely will. And there's no counter left in play anymore. So Enterprise have either got to force the issue or get out of there. And that's exactly what they'll do. It's to Enterprise and to Alexic that they'll go, I should say. Bodies underneath him, bodies scattered. MSH with 3 more. You wanted a half. Zero Tenacity have given you one.
Yeah, Hazard, this has been emphatic. I said it before, I'll say it again. Zero Tenacity have sent a message to their opponents. And I mean, at this point, what can Enterprise even do on their defense?
Down B.
Right here.
Welcome back to the 3rd map of this grand final and what could be a turning point for Zero Tenacity. If you thought that a 13-4 dominant display on their opponent's map pick of Haven from Enterprise was a statement, then this could be sending shockwaves through the series. As we said, things don't necessarily get much better for the team in red as onto the attack Zero Tenacity go, and already MSH has his first.
First pick found. This whole match could be decided by a pistol round.
And with Grumek up in the middle of sight and Alexic with yet another kill, it might already be done. Yash still with an undercut double tap in his hands, but how much more can one man do? Everyone on Zero Tenacity has made their place on this map, has shown what their capabilities are. Whether it's the kills or the support, there's a little bit of everything. This would be an embarrassing way for Enterprise to fall.
It would be. At the same time, it is a best of 5. And they're going to have to push everything to the middle of the field here. Heavy shield spot up, couple of sheriffs. Yeah, then you look towards what they're trying to do. They're trying to force a fight on A, and Zero Tenacity nowhere near it. They're heading B.
Yeah, Zeke through mid is going to be able to hear the steps of the Stampede, which are very quickly scaling onto B, and Alexic is further in front of anyone else at range. The Sheriff will do damage, and so that is where Zeke can double up as well. Headhunter finding a second kill. These all still feel like consolations if you're Enterprise, but to take another round home and extend play wouldn't be the worst. We have seen such positions converted from Zero Tenacity though. And with that vision block of the toxic screen still in play, there is every chance this can still get out of hand. But with Pyro cut down on HP, that should be it.
That'll probably extend play a few rounds more. Not only just the fact in terms of we get this next round, right? But it puts Zero Tenacity back to a thrifty round, and you'll have all the rifles that you were saving up for this round anyway. And Enterprise have a chance to keep things going. This round should be easy enough to convert. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but there should be no chance for Zero Tenacity to win this one.
I mean, Alexic has a Sheriff, so I'm just going to completely disregard what you were saying there.
I get that.
No disrespect, but I know exactly what you mean. If you're Enterprise right now, you're taking things one round at a time. Not just saving face, but saving up some confidence perhaps into the next map, knowing that any more damage you do here is only going to play on the backs of the minds of Zero Tenacity. And this round has been kept clean. Alexic was the first player removed. And beyond that, it doesn't look like there is anything really left here for Zero Tenacity.
Nah, definitely not. As for now, like Enterprise being very aggressive and taking the fight to Zero Tenacity, which is upsetting how they want to play this map so far. And I like that idea. It's something in which they can work for. But as always, as we say in Valorant, sometimes we need pace changes. I don't necessarily think that for every round that their aggressive Enterprise will win.
And we also have to know, how repeatable can this success be? Because as I said before, you got Split coming up next, and right now it looks like Zero Tenacity will go to their home ground with the opportunity to wrap up this grand final in a 3-1 fashion. Enterprise still undefeated there, but close games on their record card doesn't necessarily fill you with enthusiasm. That passing grade already tested on Icebox and shown it doesn't seem to be good enough, as the full execute from the attack side is moving towards B, but held at an impasse for now.
Look at Starkey. This position very forward, and this is just a deposit of Electric. They can go elsewhere, as we've seen MSH is holding on towards A. And if Starkey walks too far, this could be very deciding in the round.
Alexic's managed to keep himself alive a little bit longer here, and as good as the Poison Cloud is for Starkey to cross, it has also allowed Electric to reposition back in main. The captain's going searching. Starkey wants that jewel, so does Zeke, but even with the AWP, he's going to get dropped. Killer's helping out Matters on A. That's where the push is coming in with the spike on the back of Grumek. He's going to be all that's left. It's him and MSH that are forced to bail. And now you don't have Electric Yellow, so all of this ground has got to be taken by yourself.
1v1 again. This is the one that we saw on yellow, and it's Electric who comes out on top. Big map presence being got there, and on top of that, Spike will go down easily enough. Where does Electric go next? Because he's hungry for blood.
He's managed to fill that vacuum towards Snowman. And there are two players coming across the cutout. Yash up on the steps, crouched down. Electric knows it, and there he is. Counterpart taken. Now holding the cross. Spotted the next two players, so the setup is catered to it. The first of the Nanos buying delay.
Wow.
It's Electric on for another ace. He does get dropped. Doma to stop it. Can't do any more. And by a matter of 10 rounds, Zero Tenacity are within touching distance now of that grand final. It's their home turf of Split where they'll go to take their first title home.
Well, that's it, Hazza. Zero Tenacity with a chance to arguably upset this one. Everyone would have been feeling the Enterprise had this in the bag, and so far we've traded map picks. Very good defensive half, and yeah, an easy cherry on top of the attack.
Yeah, you have to give yourself a little bit more breathing room if you want to, take accountability here. Enterprise were not at the races on Icebox. We feared that this could happen in terms of the trajectory of the series. And as I said before, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it doesn't look like this pool gets that much better. One thing that you can say about Zero Tenacity is, sure, they've played a lot of maps. There's a lot of tape, but we know Enterprise don't prep for team specific. They focus on themselves. And right now, I don't think they're up to scratch at the same level. Those reps have gone a long way in terms of improving what this squad looks like. So Zero Tenacity are up 2-1 in the series with a chance to close on Split. We'll see if we can do that, but first, the analysts.
Well, is there any point I make at this point is just going to be nullified by the last map, so I feel like I can't really make any judgment about any team without being like, but wait, Haven was oh, and wait, no, then there was Fracture as well. I don't know what is going on. Again, I did say before this map, it seems like it's hour to hour that these teams seem to make changes and seem to have momentum shifts, and it seems like that is the case now as it was before. I mean, Alexic stepped up to the plate like I kind of I put the bar there. I didn't know if he would, but that is it's another map. I don't know what to say, man.
It was crazy. I mean, obviously, I kind of highlighted Grabekista, Alexic is gonna be the duo that stops Enterprise Esports with all of this utility that is with heavy stopping power. And Alexic did with the aim, with the control of the map, with just dominating, finding a lot of situations where he was able to find isolated duels, but also these kind of situations where literally just going in, having good utility and popping off. It's easy. It seems easy for Alexic, but for me, if I would be there on the server, I wouldn't do as well as he did because he's incredible. I think there was 3 3Ks, 2 4Ks, and 1 5K. What a performance. But overall, the Zero Tenacity roster, I think they had already a better confidence in terms of the aim. I think they were finding more picks. MSH even starting in that second half, the first round. Serif by insta-tap to the head. That is exactly what we want to see from MSH, what we kind of saw on Fracture, and I think that brought on them into Icebox as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of that also comes down to what we said earlier on. I mean, Hazza pointed it out, right? Not really not feeling good about Yash on the ISO here, but Alexic definitely chose the correct agent for the job. I mean, an even higher ACS than Yash got last map. Absolutely insane back and forth between these two duelists, and I mean, that's the name of the game, right? You've got to have your outstanding players. You can talk about team synergy till the cows come home, but it really does come down to a lot of the time players that have that clutch factor and players that can mid-round to this level. Alexic getting so many 3Ks and that ace.
Yeah, I think that was brilliant that you highlighted Jazz on the previous map. I think in that situation, Alexic was like, okay, now it's my time to step up. Because Jazz was incredible. He dropped 7 entries on that previous map. But for me, it's really weird on how these maps have gone. Because if we look at yesterday, they were kind of even here and there. Though sure, there was some domination on the maps as well. But we haven't seen any equal maps here. 13-7 is the highest one that we've seen. Then 13-4 for Enterprise Esports, then Zero Tenacity claps back with the 13-3. I'm not quite sure what is gonna happen on Split, but I think the biggest question is, did Enterprise Esports actually have fluke against Bitfix Gaming? Is this composition just a gimmick that you can play one time, after that it's gone? But for me, I think Enterprise, they just need more confidence. They just need that individual skill to shine when you are running this kind of composition, and I hope we see that in Split.
Yeah, something is going on in that camp there. Maybe some mental reset, some talk needs to happen. With Enterprise Esports, something worked from map 1 to map 2. Maybe something can work from map 3 to map 4. We're going to find out very shortly, but first, we're going to go to a quick break.
Make a life for myself. 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 Make a life for myself.
Hey. They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, they hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get the plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Charlotte. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging it, darts, make him reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. They hey. Ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Let's drive, get down.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And I wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MC's bronze or silver. These vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Planty, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty toilet, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, not everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it, yeah. Elevate bars, I regulate, yeah. UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. If they get it by now, then they kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. They don't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MC's bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these sheets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause the little fire in the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon.
She a thirsty bitch, I'm gonna visit your dreams. You can see you hear it, you know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hit. I hear you fear. She a thirsty bitch, I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty, like a snitch on me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Shoot me, you can't afford it. I am the pilot, you're just a tourist. I threw a decoy in our valley, and if we stand here a while, so don't panic. No, I better than dancing myself. Better be safe to get into heaven. Just be yourself and you end up in hell. Do as I say and I might break the spell. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, cause I'm right behind. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a punk bitch. Just a
downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna catch your vibe. I just wanna catch your vibe.
Alright everybody, welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast, and welcome back to this chaotic series of a grand final. What an insane back and forth it has been so far. One side, the other side, the other side, and you would think it would be their map picks that they're winning. It's not. It's the exact opposite. Zero Tenacity have absolutely dominated twice on Enterprise Esports map picks, and Enterprise Esports dominated on Zero Tenacity's map picks so far, and now we're headed to Split.
Let's see whether the script writers are actually consistent here. Is this gonna continue? Is Enterprise Esports gonna take this split down? Is it gonna be all the way to the map 5? Are we gonna see Ascent as well? I think Ascent is one of those maps that you kind of wanna end on a best of 5 grand final series, because it's the home of Valorant. It's literally the home map of Valorant, at least for most of the Valorant players. I would say so. For me at least, and for multiple people, it is the mirage of Valorant. It is insanely good map in my opinion, but it's really defaulty. But before that, we have Split in hand, and I think this is gonna be interesting. Good thing for Enterprise Esports, we had a longer break. Obviously between map 3 and 4 there is a longer break, so maybe that's gonna be an aspect that Enterprise is gonna be like, okay, this helps us to refocus on this map, refocus our attention here, and maybe bring that confidence back.
Yeah, possibly, and I think obviously them getting 2 rounds in that final final 4 rounds of the of Icebox there, I do think that helps. You know, it breaks up the streak of rounds that Zero Tenacity got. It means it wasn't a 13-1 scoreline. There's something to be said for that at the very least, in terms of momentum, in terms of keeping a little bit of confidence moving into it. Almost like you know, if that game went on a little longer, we might have been able to make it even within, you know, not within regulation obviously, but at some point they may have been able to make it even if the game went on a bit longer. I think there are, you know, silver linings to be had. Enterprise were getting kills on the rounds that they were losing at the very least. In fact, their kill total wasn't actually horrific considering they only won 3 rounds on Icebox there. Heading into Split, that is basically as good as the silver linings get. Thankfully they did, as you say, have that slightly longer break, so they can talk a little more about what went wrong there, what's going to be going on in this next map. But as we get deeper into the map pool and we get further into our opponent's map picks, it gets harder and harder to get a win out of it, to squeeze water out of that stone.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zero Tenacity, I think they are brilliant in Split. We saw that from them yesterday against Bitfix Gaming. That was a close match, 14-12, so a lot of rounds for Enterprise Esports to go through. But sure, they have had only one day. How much are they gonna actually on the strat for Split? Did they even know that it's gonna be in the pool at one point? Well, obviously they have 2 bans, so they kind of knew it's gonna be somewhere there. But for me, I think this map is something that Zero Tenacity are really good at. It's not even always that Alexic is popping off, because sometimes it's pretty. It's Germakista, Pyro, Alexic. Sure, they were amazing yesterday, but there's multiple different people that can actually pop off here. And I think this is funny. this is really interesting because Enterprise Esports and Zero Tenacity, they have kind of similar composition. The only difference is the Sentinel the Cypher compared to the Viper, and that is a difference especially on the defensive side. You maybe see more of that Viper in mid because it's one of the strongest agents there with the Poison Cloud. Then Cypher will usually play more on the sides, which allows for stacks and like plays on mid, and the other side, sure, Cypher sometimes trip mid as well. But the attacking side lurk as well is going to be interesting because Enterprise, they will always have that lurking wall throughout towards that A area. But you can like leave that there and not play it, but put it up. So kind of fake that lurk. It's going to be interesting to see what the nuances are going to be in this matchup.
For sure it is. The last time we saw each of these teams on this map, it went to overtime. Hopefully, we can get our first double digits for the losing team of the series. But either way, this is an important map for Zero Tenacity. It may be the winning one. We'll throw it to Hazard and Cairo for the cast.
Just one map away, like you say, Twiggy, for Zero Tenacity to make their wildest dreams come true. A journey which has been ongoing 3 years in the making, this story. The same can be said for Enterprise. They don't want to let this one slip now. They've worked so hard, both of these organizations and the teams and the players within them, to get to this point. But now on to Split. It is Zero Tenacity's turn to move on to a map of their choosing.
Yeah, Enterprise have been close before, but fell short to ascend twice in 2023. And well, it could be the same storyline once again, where it's Zero Tenacity the ones to take the grand final.
All missiles away.
Pistol round starts off with an exchange of utility in mid. The Poison Cloud goes up, but Gromek's drone has already been expended and now salvos towards Vent. It leaves B a little bit open, vacant for the taking for now, but not unless Starkey gets one kill back. It has interrupted the plant and Starkey will roll with the punches. Pyro, oh my lord. 3 kills out of left field and suddenly we're thrown into a 2-on-2.
It's doable. Both players on classics though. No utility to work with, have escaped.
Yeah, they have. They've moved all the way through Garden and now spawn side. Zero Tenacity, both players looking to hightail it towards A or at least fake it. No, it is a full commitment and they have the space to run into.
Yeah, this is going to allow all the replenishables to come back online, but remember Doma does have one flash and I think that will probably be the decider in this engagement. Both stun and salvos online though for Zero Tenacity.
Do they want to get offensive with it? Gromek was hanging back, maybe just thinking about playing post, but you've got to make the sum of the numbers work. Doma and Killez a little split up, but together they combine to clear out the space. Killez now dropping into the snake pit, right in front of screens. He's got to try and get past the salvos. He does. A quick sidestep, but it's pretty in play. The breach is in a 1v1. It's the captain to try and close, but no. Doma does it for Enterprise more than anyone else, because as things stand, they had been struggling on Icebox. This is the exact way that you want to kick off Split.
So far, Hazard, in the first 3 maps, whoever won the first pistol round ended up winning the map. And I know that's a little obscure, but at the same time, Enterprise fire straight back in towards this one. Split, obviously, notoriously defender-sided as well. So that's going to stop Zero Tenacity having as much rounds as he possibly could want moving into the future.
And it's an important point that you raise as well, because to just bounce off what you said about pistol round wins, Enterprise won both on Haven. They took that one, of course, Zero Tenacity's pick. And onto Enterprise's pick, Zero Tenacity win both pistols there. We all know how that one went, 13-3. 1 round superior to the previous effort.
Gromek's just swung straight through there. Same time, as the players try to come towards A, Zeke only has a stinger. So there's only a certain amount of bullets, 20, in which that will be expended.
I don't know if he thinks he's still playing the chamber or not, but ADS on the angle. It's a lot of damage that goes through these players, and the rest of Enterprise are able to latch onto it. Yash with 2. And Zeke finishing off what he started. Enterprise, a couple rounds to the good. A bonus to build upon would be a serious deal breaker for Zero Tenacity.
They're even going to try and invest in towards this one as well, as Killer's picking up a Bulldog. So this bonus round has some serious teeth, and you've also got to remember with a shotgun in play that Killer's has got, rather than the Bulldog, sorry, that these close corners are going to be a lot more dangerous. This is exactly what you want on Split.
He is stationed towards mid right now, and we've not really seen Zero Tenacity force the issue there. They have feigned presence through Grimek's Teho drone. And I think with the latest initiator into the roster available on both sides of the server, you've really got to be scrutinizing this drone usage, as it's the premium information tool that both have. Zeke just expending his to re-clear ramp. They have Yash on the line from screens as well, so the B hold has strengthened, and they have information on A.
Yeah, they do have information on A, but this A side is ridiculously weak.
I mean, the toxic screen is still up if they want to pivot back. I think the issue for me right now is that Spike is still postured towards B, and Enterprise mid-round are going to go ahead and have a look. Starkey finds the kill, cuts out Alexic, TP's away, but Yash falls, like you said, and now that weakness has been exposed on A.
Zeke now getting rid of Pretty in mid, and this is not looking good for Zero Tenacity, especially with how long this spike is taken to get here.
30 seconds left.
Killers could still put the wall back up and stop it from merging with the site players who've already extended towards spawn side. It's Killers to find yet another kill with choice weaponry. One shot from the Sheriff leaves his hands. The Zero Tenacity continue to loosen their grip on this round.
Both players all alone as well on Zero Tenacity's side.
Pyro playing from the backside will try and set up the one-way, but the Aftershock has sent him out into the open. It's a duel which Doma is going to win, all on Grimek. The health pool isn't the best here for Enterprise, and sidestepping the smoke. It's so much damage, Grimek, no! Snatched away by Starkey at the final moment of that round. Even if Zero Tenacity were to make it through, it would be by the finest of margins. But more importantly, Enterprise have continued to move the needle forwards.
Yeah, they've converted the bonus round, and it doesn't matter how you win that round. It's just matter if you win it in a bonus conversion, Hazard. We said it has serious teeth. Zero Tenacity could not deal with the bite, and now they're feeling it because that economy buy is not looking good. It's completely broken. Back to Sheriffs. And yeah, I'm starting to worry now for Zero Tenacity's attack.
Not got the best of tools to work with here, but no round feels like a write-off, especially in the grand final. Neither team playing to the occasion. From map to map, someone's been dialed in. We have traded so far. Enterprise poised to build on this already established lead. As we've mentioned a few times already in this series, Cairo, it's these ecos which they've struggled to put under the rug, and so Killers is the first line of defense up against the pack with the Phantom in hand.
Yeah, looks to stand alone, wins that first one out. Second one looking to double dip, but as a rifle to be collected with no one nearby to deny it, that is worrying.
Zero Tenacity are also boxed in. They're on house arrest in the tower here. There's nowhere really for them to go as things stand. Enterprise have control. They've constricted the map down to middle. Main control reinvestigated by Yash. They know Zero Tenacity have frozen, or at least are in mid-rotation right now. Zeke taking main space for himself.
30 seconds left.
And only just now do they get the info.
There's no blast packs, so it is just going to have to be walking onto the site. No sort of explosive power. Zeke, though, not thought about. Able to get that first engagement pretty much free. The Sheriff of MSH trading that one out. We go in towards Spike Plant, and time is getting low here. Starkey flashing through in towards Elbow. There's nothing to deny this. It's a 1v1 on site, which Starkey wins, and Doma gets the other. It will be 4. And while it was difficult, Zero Tenacity, Enterprise are able to get this one over the line.
Yeah, it was a little bit troublesome. As we said, Killes was put in a difficult position. The Phantom to spray into the pack. He walks away with 2 though, and I think Zero Tenacity will find themselves a little bit frustrated that they weren't able to capitalize on him being the solo anchor of tower a little bit sooner. But nice mid-rounding, a spike plant achieved. Now you need to kick on and break the ice. Zero Tenacity still without a round, coming into the 5th. And the A main play is what this lives and dies upon.
Yep, salvos, stuns, blast packs, everything is ready to go. They're just sending him straight forward. Blast pack it in, Zeke's got 2, and Yash with another. Spike being dropped and stuck. He's all the way through the back. He's TP'd through using the ultimate, and this should be easy enough to finish out. Somehow Pyro lives. A 1 versus 3 to try and recover the round.
Dude, I was like, wait, Yash doesn't have a showstopper. Why is he just flying in? But supported by all the rest, Zeke landing a brilliant stun. The special delivery, as it is known, from Teho. And Starkey taking the express lane to get in behind. A very well executed round from Enterprise there. As Zero Tenacity fall for completely flat on their gun round.
Hook, line and sinker. And again, we're starting to get to that point that we brought up before, it's now starting to become timeout territory. If we see, yeah, there it is, just coming straight through.
I have to say, I feel like in terms of how this game has been managed by both coaches, when you look at ANF now calling the timeout for Zero Tenacity and Lagear on Enterprise, they're both so old-fashioned in the approach. Like, I know the desk was talking about anti and stuff like that, but we said before, Lagear is so happy to be hands-off and more focusing on what his team's own game plan is. And I think at this stage in the season as well, when you're looking towards Ascension at the end of the line, you've got to be building up that map pool. You've got to be looking to improve yourself as much as possible. The competition is not consistent. Zero Tenacity are, you know, abject from that. They are an exception, I think, in the fact that they have been able to make it to back-to-back playoffs and, you know, top 6 now turns top 2.
That being said, though, both duelists that we've been speaking about so heavily map to map find themselves at the bottom of their team's pack. And you could argue that, well, Yash should certainly still get impact by helping his team out and being a distraction. It seems like Alexic, who can sometimes be that win condition for Enterprise. Ooh. Right now, though, it's just starting to become a trade. Even Ultimate's invested.
Yeah, it was another aggressive piece from Enterprise with big ults laid on the line. That's the Armageddon gone. It's only made for a 4v4. And Zero Tenacity are with Guardians and a Stinger here. This is not even the best of buys that they have. It was a risky play to make.
No way.
2 players in mid on the other side of the smoke. It's either Doma or Starkey, but timing is everything.
They've not even checked him, they're fiddling down, and it's so easy. But at the same time, though, Starkey gets traded out. Topsy-turvy in the round, and Zeke tries to send it forward, thinking only Pyro's here. But MSH also in. Rolling Thunder. This is just so heavy with the ultimates. This is 3 in the round so far by Enterprise.
And Killes has had to forfeit his pit here as well, searching for Grumek. So it's a huge 1v1 in spawn, and if Grumek takes the timing, he could be out on A.
Could be, or he could be completely gone. Forfeiting the space and allowing Enterprise back into this round, but Killes goes elsewhere and time's ticking away. Zero Tenacity need to get a move on soon, and it's all up to Doma, who's on 40 points of health. 1 bullet would be enough to get rid of him, and he hears the steps, denies the spell, and the round! A brilliant play by Doma, and once again, Zero Tenacity cannot get a hold on it. Stunned up, Grumek has no way in towards this, and Doma will ace it.
It is a huge round from Doma. For all of the upfront that Enterprise invested, Doma is the player worth every penny on the transfer. Someone coming into this team who we hadn't seen anything from in the sort of public consensus since his Fnatic days, really. time taken in the second tier from 10-star former East champions to his time in North and Mad Lions in France. He'd been off to India and back, but now back in the side, matured as a man. It's moments like that which make all the difference.
What a player. And speaking of a great player, Alexic is completely missed out, and Doma's baited out his teammate. Hello? Waiting to finally get his chance, and well, at least he's able to do better on it. Pyro now up against his team, and Zero Tenacity have somehow bust out of this and found a way into the B site.
It's brilliantly played. Just as much as we spoke up Doma, there's only so much he could do from that position. It's on to Zeke. His head in his hands as Zero Tenacity will get the first round on the board.
Yeah, they'll be very glad in the fact that they can do that. And they've been providing issues for Enterprise. It's not been all smooth sailing. But Enterprise have done well for the most part to fight back. And with the rounds being so close as what they are, you have to take note of Enterprise's economy on the defense.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a big round. If Zero Tenacity pick this one up, then they are well back into this fourth map in the grand final, the only map that they need to find themselves champions of Northeast for the first time in their history. Both of these organizations chasing their first chip. As Killez, for all of his accolades, is right up the guts of mid and waiting to receive Zero Tenacity, who are playing such a patient default in this deciding round.
Oh, and Killez is going to be known about. He's lucky to escape because of the poison orb, but if Zero Tenacity had been quicker on the mark, could have easily found themselves an opening pick.
Yeah, and actually the vision block of his own orb stops the suppression as well, so it means that he does survive a little bit longer and outlast Zero Tenacity. They can't follow it up. They're picked off a player. It's Alexic. Their entry lost on B. And now Killez happy to concede the mid space with the knowledge in mind that Enterprise have Garage and B control in main under wraps.
Yeah. We've got to be looking towards the A site though. Zeke and Doma looking to hold it all down by themselves, but instead, though, the Spike's looking to get ferried towards B. It's a fake of presence on the A side. And
20 seconds.
You look at Enterprise, the position's a lot more regressed.
And Yash is the one that opens up, but the round is already a closed case. Zero Tenacity showing a little bit of indecisiveness when the opportunity beckoned them. Pyro will head towards A, but as quick as he can try to be, there is no ult, no fast track. The spike can't go down. It'll be Enterprise instead, and the stun to just set up the final kill. Another rifle removed from this already struggling offense. Is the salt in the wound that Enterprise wanted.
I think as well, Split can be a lot of attrition, especially like the utility game and how we've seen the likes of Teho and etc. being introduced. The other thing I want to be to note as well is it's so hard to get rounds on the attack, and Zero Tenacity just need to get as many as they possibly can.
I mean, with the comp that Zero Tenacity have, both initiators, mid should always be a priority. They have great tools to take that space, but they have struggled so far. And with that operator cloaked under the guise of smoke, it's Yash who has disengaged to wrap back around to the B hold. The Snakebite has dealt damage, but as cornered as Killez is in mail, good news will be arriving. He has the support of Doma here.
Thinking about poison. Raise, lovely from Killez. Good trades from Alexic. And now the pivot can come through where Zero Tenacity need it to. Enterprise a little bit more struggled and spread thinly. That's a big 1 versus 1, which MSH can grab. And now this is going to pull the attention of Yash.
Yeah, it's completely split this defense. Finally, Zero Tenacity getting value from the position of MSH, and he won't overplay his hand here either. It's a magnetic pull that's drawn Yash in, but hang on a minute. He's not the player that you want here right now. That's the spike dropped up in the heavens. The only player to collect it would be Alexic. And on 11 points of HP, he scrambles to the site, but support has arrived.
Players are coming in, and somehow Yash is by it. And towards the site, spike denied. Disaster for Tenacity, but Pyro wins this one out. Starkey going for a reposition. The players don't know, they look towards elbow and MSH is there. Relief for Zero Tenacity as they double up their round count.
It's so laboured. An arduous affair on the A site. I have to say, it's well played from Yash to just take his timing. And even getting out across elbow there with the satchel. You felt like the 2 versus 2 was very winnable for Enterprise. But Zero Tenacity now with 2 of the last 3 and starting to chip away at this economy means that money won't be a given for Enterprise in these final few. If they want to extend that lead, they've got to win around here.
We have got to quick drone back through. We'll confirm that there's still presence here, and Yash and Zeke are interested.
Alexic has the op though, and that's going to hold Yash at arms. Zeke continuing to try and fight this fight from the corner. It's all that he can do, and as much as he tries, it's well more than enough. Alexic trades him out in proxy. The paint shells go off to find one back, but that's damage done. More damage than Zeke was ever hoping to achieve from that corner.
Yeah, Tenacity now look towards B. They're pivoting, and well, already you can see Starkey is taking a much more defensible position in heaven.
Enterprise are just banking on the fact that Zero Tenacity have been finishing A on a lot of these rounds. They're not expecting the late B play, and so that's what catches them slightly off guard. But they can find strong positions to come into this retake, though.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing. Looking to go and explore towards Garage, make sure there's no lurkers that could potentially catch Enterprise off guard. And now they're in right, and there's perfect spots here. Oh, showstopper. And they go, trying to get Starkey, get the trade, and they've got it. That's the third for Alexic. 1 versus 1. In towards CT, and Pyro brought out his knife at the wrong time. And Alexic looked away. Rolling Thunder used out, but it's just surplus to requirements. It will be Enterprise to hit 8. And now Zero Tenacity, who was in a good spot, are really starting to sweat.
Yeah, it's an overinvestment after the 10th bell tolls, but Enterprise with 8 firmly in control of this first half. I mean, brilliant work from Zeke. I couldn't help but scroll the timeline in between maps, and he had tweeted out saying, you know, that he was struggling in this series. It's not exactly what you want to hear from your second caller on a public forum in the middle of what could be one of the most defining series that these two teams have, right in the middle of their Ascension campaigns. However, I have to say, he has responded brilliantly, and it's that mental battle which Enterprise seem to be winning right now.
A lot of utility invested. Somehow Killers has managed to find a way to escape. This man, an escape artist, Houdini, and Pyro is certainly not, as he tried to play towards CT, and Gramek at least gets an indirect trade by finding Killers.
There's quite a bit of mid-control lost in the process. Zeke did get the suppression, so he knows at the very least Gramek is there. That wasn't already confirmed to him by his teammate hitting the deck. Alexic does go spotted in Garage, but Starkey was the player who could have peeked him. He's dead through the wall now, and Zero Tenacity can pave themselves a red carpet towards the A site.
You think that though, the Ashes op still in play, and that's the Rolling Thunder that's just came offline. A massive pickup for Enterprise here on the defence. The Operator, second shot hasn't quite hit, and they're just going to try and put pressure onto Yash. MSH found it, lone Doma on site, and now Zeke, he's just going to collect the orb for an ultimate to play with.
30
It's something
left.
at the very least.
Alexic slow here.
Just to the side of his position. The op trained, it will miss, so Alexic burrowing himself deeper into enemy spawn, Enterprise's spawn. to which 4 players will join back up with Zeke as he saves this Phantom. The 11th goes Zero Tenacity's way. I like the adaptation, the idea to try and punish Zeke's, or Killez's positioning, sorry, at the start of the round. They know he's been solo anchoring pretty aggressively towards Mail on a lot of these rounds. So they invest the Armageddon. I mean, they're unlucky not to find him. But then the re-engage was also pretty strong.
Yeah. I think for me, on top of that, is that we are also in a similar position to which we were on Haven, right? The only thing that I'd say is different is that Zero Tenacity are moving on to the defender side, which we typically associate with being the stronger of the two on Split. And to even make it worse for Enterprise at the minute, Hazza, as you've got to remember, it's something that we keep bringing up, and I feel again, flogging a dead horse, but Enterprise attacking prowess, we've just not really been seeing it.
No, I mean, a little bit tentative to see how that works out on Split. We know that this map has gone down to the wire for them, only 2 rounds in their last 2 series in terms of the end result. Into the last round of the half. A full investment from both teams. Ults up for both initiators. Zeke with his Armageddon, Pretty with that Rolling Thunder. Zero Tenacity have invited pressure from Enterprise's defense on many of these rounds. And the first place they'll spot it is in B Garage. It's a heavy investment of the Paranoia to re-clear. But this is precious real estate for the attack, as they're going to use this to sell the fake.
Enterprise committing towards the B side, spike towards A, and Starkey nearly caught out.
No, this is a weird one now because Zero Tenacity had 2 players queued up outside of B. They couldn't take their timing to actually threaten it, so with 30 seconds or so left, they have to commit to the A play. You've got players from Zero Tenacity scattering in spawn. The ult forces them into Killez in heaven, and Starkey's TP'd in behind. The Vandal now activated from the pit, but Alexic drops him. Doma responds. Doma! 3 kills in his site defense. Nobody getting past the Croatian on A. Not on this map. And so it does end 9-3 in the first half. Enterprise have the kind of control back that they were seeking so much of on Icebox. It slipped through their fingers, but this one looks to be firmly in their grasp.
Well, Enterprise find themselves in the lead on Split. An important map which Zero Tenacity could finish out this full series right here, right now. But Enterprise have always struggled on the attack. Can they do better here?
Have to just quickly remind you as we head into yet another pistol round that both teams, when they've picked up that first, they have the second in the last 2 maps. Can Zero Tenacity change things for the better here? It certainly seems to be so. Gromek 3 kills to the good. You look to Killez to respond on B. He's the only player out here right now, but Pretty can follow up in kind. And Killez nails him. That kill makes a world of difference. Doma's on his way. How much more can Killez do?
Yeah, but it's a foot race. You've got to be thinking about Alexic close behind him, and Killez still doesn't know where the other 2 players are.
I mean, open plant in the smoke, but Killez has taken a weird timing. He's got the element of surprise in tower, but as you mentioned, the flank is coming in, and actually, Enterprise just want to plow forwards. Killez yet to be cleared. From male as he was so many rounds on the defender's side, this could seal the attack before it even gets into motion for Zero Tenacity. Alexic's finally arrived on spot, but Doma dispenses him at the expense of all his health. Oh, Doma, not like this! Whips around, and Pyro will finally put him to rest. These double pistol dominant rounds that we've seen finally ended as Zero Tenacity can find one of their own on the defensive split.
I think the thing for me was I was waiting to see how the pistol round went, because I felt as if Enterprise had won it. I'd converted the anti-eco. We'd be looking at Enterprise most likely to win it, right? They go to 11-3, but now 9-4, looking down 9-5. Things get a lot more worrying depending on how convincing that bonus round looks. Alexic has gone Glass Cannon Phantom. An interesting choice. But obviously a confident one.
Yeah. I mean, one benefit that Enterprise have is despite how close some of these maps have been on split and the overarching narrative that maybe their attack hasn't been up to scratch, they have had the better halves when they are playing aggressor. Here, it was an 8-4 against Sweet and Sour, a 7-5 against ESC. They only need 4 to send us to that 5th and final map of Ascent.
Alexic gets the nade prepared. Pyro is below, and well, the utility looks to be good at this moment in time, and Doma has got one back. Still though, these rifles are looking like they could be falling in towards enemy hands, but the position not good enough. They can be picked up, and well, that bonus round still looks good.
Yeah, it's the util gap, literally, more than anything there from Zero Tenacity. That aftershock is so well placed. It forces Enterprise to take their foot off the gas pedal, just as Killez has a killer timing out of tower. I mean, he picks up that jewel there and then buys a bit of a distraction. Pyro has to turn his head. That's exactly where you then want the 2 players from backside swinging the pillar and causing a problem. Into the gun round, another big A jewel. Enterprise won loads of these on their defense. How much better is it for Zero Tenacity?
You can see that they were prepping the idea of the tail combination with the breach stun. Still waiting for it to come through, and finally when it does, it looks like it's hit perfectly.
It's able to get out. I mean, the damage is all on Zeke right now. Every other player left unscathed or so. It's both Tejos actually that have taken the biggest chunk of damage. As Enterprise are now starting to conga line their way out of sewers, through mid, and onto Pyro.
Which has a shotgun.
And has a smoke. Oh, he stepped past the boom bot, but it's blared off. The sirens, the warning signs. They knew that there was something afoot. It was
Main.
Pyro, and as we look to main, you've hit the nail on the head as Killez has put one through the dome piece of Alexic. It is a 2-man advantage and a double entry A side. Zeke is just going to thread the needle and find the final 2. Pretty put in a clutch of which he is simply not capable.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cuts as the bonus round, sure, but there was a lot of firepower in that round that Zero Tenacity could have used. That A main fight a disaster. They lost control of, I felt as if the full map. And from there, Enterprise find their way to get picks. Pretty now, looking to do as much damage as possible.
There.
Oh.
Pretty has managed to find one. Any more here? Good damage, as we say. Zero Tenacity is set up for a buy in the next, so he's happy to go down to the spike and not allow another orb to change hands with an Enterprise player. As Doma already has his Rolling Thunder and they're starting to close in on an Armageddon. Hit. Oh, yeah, pretty. He wanted to pick up the Phantom there, but he's missed it, so that's unfortunate.
I guess the Guardian's still good enough, right? But
sure,
you'd want a rifle.
He thought he could get it, man. He ain't missed a tickle. Those arms ain't long enough.
Yeah, I know. It is what it is, I guess. But with that being said, and towards the next round, as you've already highlighted, big Rolling Thunder for Enterprise to use. They're not out of the woods yet, even though last round was pretty good. This round needs to be a good one.
A very early drone to just confirm the position of Alexik on ramp. Doesn't look like Enterprise have seen any sort of tell here. They don't yet know where they want to take this. It is still set up for B with the spike on the back of Doma and the ult available. That's what you're expecting. And with Zeke finding a kill on rotation from Alexik, maybe the attack wants to pause for just a moment before they get an idea of what the rest of this defensive setup looks like.
Pings in towards B heaven. Rolling Thunder still available. This could be the avenue in which to use it.
It's the catalyst. As Doma is just setting this one up, ready to go. It's a stun instead, and oh, it would have served the purpose if Pretty hadn't put Yash to the deck. It's a quick trade. Still Zero Tenacity trail, but they have bodies in this position. I mean, Enterprise anticipated it, but still, one-for-one trades aren't going to cut it. Pyro, the latest purchase. The gun for hire, which has galvanized the Zero Tenacity side, has got to do something here to stop an 11th from hitting the scoreboard.
Love this by Zeke. Puts himself in a position where he can late flank and be the potential win condition for Enterprise.
Those salvos will be coming back up, and it's a deep clear that must be attempted by Pyrol, as I was saying, and MSH by his side. The two players that popped off in that first map of Fracture and really gave us the belief that Zero Tenacity were here to play and might just be taking the grand final for themselves. But in the first map that they have the chance to do it, it looks to be slipping away. And it's through Doma and Starkey, Doma specifically, that is doing it right now. As the scoreboard comes up, you're going to see it. 21-8. This guy has been a phenom to be feared in the server today.
His impact has been unfathomable. On top of that, Doma will even pick up an Outlaw as well. And when you look at the buy of Zero Tenacity, you understand why. There is a rogue rifle in there. It is going to be pretty that they are looking to have be something to work with.
Doma, the Punisher, brings out an Outlaw. As Enterprise once again give respect to their opponent. Spike this time sent A-Wood.
Just clearing things out. Still no real engagements, and we probably won't get one for a fair time as Enterprise are worried about what Zero Tenacity are doing on the defense. If there's anything that they could get caught by, Starkey get caught by the drone.
While all of this is happening, Pretty hears the steps towards A, and now the drone. He's in a great position, and while kills are traded in mid, this A setup is ready. Zero Tenacity are so prepared for Enterprise here.
They are in the right spots. Pretty's rifle hits like a train, and the spike down on the ground. Surely you don't put yourself on 11 and immediately lose to a thrifty round. Zero Tenacity, sure you've been good with your sheriffs, but this has been a disaster class from Enterprise, and that's exactly what it is. A thrifty round and rifles to be picked up. That economy saved.
You can't rush rounds like this. You really can't, and Pretty shows exactly why. His position on top ramp there is so key. If the attack can't deny a player getting in that corner, you're going to be hearing the rotations. Zeke was making so much noise picking up that package of the spike. And yeah, also, I think the mid-fight accelerated a little bit after that Sheriff pickup from Lexic as well. So things thrown into chaos very quickly. They're just going to send a pace change into the rifle round instead.
All missiles away.
It's a TP across from Pyro. That smoke will expire, his position revealed, but Yash on the receiving end instead. Armageddon forces a decision to be made, and Zeke is thinking elsewhere to the rest of his team. Starkey has shored things up. Still, they trail by a man, Enterprise. But Starkey has found himself a valuable position in the back lines. But still, the rest of this attack has to make it through the front door before he can find any value.
Spike down, B.
Grenade!
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
One round at a time, Cairo. One round at a time. This now puts them down onto an eco, so Zero Tenacity, with one foot in front of the other, are marching towards a title.
This goes here.
And now, you don't want to get too far ahead of yourselves. That rug can very quickly be pulled from beneath your feet if you're Zero Tenacity. It's only going to take one for Enterprise to throw this to an overtime situation at the very least. It's another pacey take this time. B inclined with Killes, the late dagger. He's the only player with the rifle though.
This is the thing about Enterprise, is that they need to find a gap in which they can execute, because every single time Zero Tenacity are finding chances to delay through their utility.
Killes, whoa, brandishing that rifle, but not quite able to find a kill. Continues to lead the charge on B, or at least push back that defensive line as far as it will possibly go to give the rest of Enterprise breathing room. They were trying to work towards A, but the Cypher setup survives. It's a regroup, and now they head straight into the jaws of the beast itself.
You look at the two players and how close they are. They're able to work with each other. The stun great, and again, more and more delay. Grimmick back filling the space. The shot missing initially, but doesn't at the second time. Pretty's also got a kill through utility, and now the ultimate invested.
MSH has to fight on the forward line, and Pretty is here to help. It's just one kill out of the Cypher.
No.
He needs more, Pretty. He can't. And so he falls. The spike going down. The A site collapses. The pit on top of it. Zero Tenacity might just be out of this.
Oh, both showstoppers used, Hazza. And both kills found.
Alexic's right on top of them. And as he jumps from one elevated position to the other, Killes can hear him flowing above his head, with the fumes to just choke out Zero Tenacity here to take round number 12.
7 points of health.
He's nearly dead, but still Killes hangs on to life itself. The beating heart inside Enterprise. They do live on, and not only that, it's looking like it's going to be map 5 as well.
Close, but no cigar. Alexic nearly takes out the Viper, but it's the Decay that ends up winning it out. And the brain of Killes at the end here has it's 12-7, and all Enterprise need is one more round. The operator introduced now by the raise of Zero Tenacity on the defense.
We waited 3 years to go to a 5th map from both East and North. Neither region had entertained it, but it could look like back-to-back grand finals going the distance as the regions merge. Killer's already picked off at the start of this round to the hands of MSH. Enterprise will be without their hero from the previous, and they're without Zeke as well. Oh, and the rest. Zero Tenacity have had enough.
No
it
way.
seems this round is swiftly dismissed.
Yeah, very well done. And again, is this less utility that they've got when the execute comes through? That's where Enterprise have been struggling. This wall on towards A is an interesting one from the Viper.
More than anything, it's just an early one, cutting off those common angles where your typical wall would be to scale a player up, gain some ground in ramp. This one, a little more aggressive, but it denies a lot of info from Zero Tenacity unless they want to commit a player in front of it. Enterprise certainly thinking about things in this timeout.
Yeah, they will do. I think they found a way in which to win from obviously that last round, right? Executing out from heaven, using mid as a way to get there. And I think on top of that, the fact that they've got an extra timeout for these last 4 rounds, if this doesn't work out, could always help. As we say though, that buy isn't looking so hot. So Zero Tenacity in prime position to really start clawing away at this lead. Sure, it's only 4 rounds, but 4 rounds can feel like a chasm sometimes, especially when you're up against a team who are 1 round away from winning out this map.
Third grand final for Enterprise as an organization. Would be the first that they would be able to force to a 5th map. Yet to win one, of course. As it kicks off with success for Zero Tenacity. Pyro, it's not quite an equivalent exchange, sorry. He is down to 15 points of health. But the guardian of this B site has stood tall on many an occasion.
Pretty just worried about this execute coming through from heaven like it happened last time. But it's mid where the most worrying part is, and that's a massive ultimate.
Lots of information picked up. And just look at this reposition from MSH. Does he take it 10 steps further? Does he want to commit this into a flank? Seems as if the best possible course of action is instead to reinforce the B site, but Pyro has already dropped. He just didn't know where Killers was. MSH makes the most of the main position, but 2 kills still. Not enough to close. 2 more players left standing for Enterprise as Zeke gets this spike down.
Oh, and the Rolling Thunder's ripped straight away.
Oh, but it's not going to deny, and so Zeke is repositioned to the pillar. He will go, relied upon to be the one that sends us to that final map. But he's unable to do it, and so Zero Tenacity will live a little longer.
They will. On top of that though, you've got the Rolling Thunder out when you're on an eco round. That's a big win. You've got your own ultimate online, that being that Rolling Thunder on Doma. It's for Enterprise on the attack. So, with that being said, this is certainly looking like the round for Enterprise to go and do it. If they can find that gap in which to execute that we keep talking about so often.
These B splits have looked the most dangerous of the different versions we've seen of Enterprise. It's just missing that second layer. That player to cut out some kind of aggression, and it's Yash this time. Alexic gone, his counterpart removed and buried 6 feet under. Yash has doubled up. And so with a 5 versus 3 on the table, Enterprise must play their cards right. There is still an operator in play, whether they know it or not. This is the best chance yet that they've had at moving us to the decider.
I mean, this is the thing. Enterprise, they have everything that they need to get this one.
I think, actually, Killers was just hurt in sewers, so I'm not sure what MSH wants to make of this situation.
Seems to be to pivot to B.
They are grouping up for it, but so are Enterprise. And so it falls onto the shoulders of Pyro again. Can he be the hero, the new pickup to prove his worth on the biggest of stages?
Oh, but Hazard have not destroyed the drone, and now they know exactly where Pyro is. And while it's a 1-for-1, it's still down to 2 versus 3. Doable and which to work, but it's all falling apart. And now MSH has to try and clutch up.
Player kept on from the previous roster, but it gets no better for them. Enterprise win split 13-9. They remain undefeated there, but it's Ascent that we head to next as we go to another final map in a best of 5, Cairo. As I said, the story of both of these organizations within East stretches back the last 3 years. That's how long we had to wait for an extension of 5 maps in a grand final in Northeast. But we've seen it already in the first stage. We're getting it again in the second stage. And as I have to reiterate for you all at home once again, a new champion will be crowned at the end of the night. We're only 1 map away from finding out who it is after the analysts, of course.
Indeed. I mean, the only surprising thing about that, other than it being the 5 mapper, is that it was the closest map we've had so far by quite a long way. Both teams were playing there. That is absolutely amazing to see. Honestly, that one had such back and forth. We thought to begin with, that first half, we were like, oh, it's happened again. It's happened again. It's going to be another 13-0 or something like that. But no, Zero Tenacity do fight back in the end. It's looking to be a close end. Hopefully Ascend is where we can see a little more, you know, like some actual back and forth from the start to the finish. But I wouldn't hold your breath on that one.
I mean, the battle of East, battle of the old guard, like I like to say. These teams that have the older average age, 23.2 for the side of Zero Tenacity and 24 for Enterprise Esports. That is quite high for this league, but they have shown why they are here, and we're gonna see Ascent. But before that, this split, it was amazing. It seemed like Zero Tenacity couldn't quite get the ball going in that attacking side. They couldn't quite find the way into this map. But on the defensive side, they were incredible. They picked it up, but it wasn't quite enough in the end. Maybe a few shots, a little bit more on the left, a little bit more on the right, and that could have been a different ball game. But I have to highlight Doma. These are numbers that I don't think we see from Doma usually, and a Doma ace. I love that. Incredible performance with that bridge. Obviously Killes, no wonder when you play Viper here in mid on the defensive side and you go unchecked for many rounds, you can dominate this map so easily, and Killes knows exactly how to do it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, from Enterprise Esports, we said that they needed to answer back. That was a solid performance throughout, obviously dropping a few rounds. But the thing is, I feel like we're seeing the same Zero Tenacity on that map that we have over the rest of the series, whereas we're seeing a different Enterprise Esports there. They were actually fighting for that one from the get-go, and Zero Tenacity are the ones who have that slow start. We have a round that you wanted to take a look at before we move onwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Zero Tenacity, they had the struggle on the attacking side. Like I said, only rounds that they found on the attacking side were rounds where they actually played mid, and this is one of them. I really want to highlight how boring this mid play is, but you have to run it against this Viper composition. Let's just play it out. I'm gonna actually fast forward this because it takes a little while. Mid, yeah, they go a little bit forward. There's a poison cloud, snake bite coming in. Around here is the first kind of contacts that you might start to see against this Viper, but this is exactly how Zero Tenacity has to play this attacking side. You have to go forward, you have to go play for the contacts, and this is exactly what happens when you go for it. You try to exploit Killes, who's usually alone or accompanied by someone, and that is what happened. Alexic gets 2 picks out of that trade, and what happens on the map is so crucial because Zeke, he has to go to cover those gaps where MSH comes in and just exploits that rotation out of A side as well. That's a 4-versus-2 situation. That was the second round Zero Tenacity got in the attacking side, and the last round that they got in the attacking side was played from mid as well. I just think they focused too much on the sides on the other rounds. Mid is the way to go against that Viper composition. It's hard, it's kind of boring, but that's something you have to do in my opinion.
Well, we're heading to Ascent for our decider here. I mean, honestly, after the first 2 maps, I was like, oh, this could go the distance in such a annoying way, right? And I think we have we've reached that finality here of these teams going back and forth in such a peculiar sense. And for Ascent, I mean, neither of these teams are too comfortable on this map, despite the fact it's the mainstay, it seems like, for this region. Look, we'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be the thrilling final map of this best of 5. All right, everybody, there's one map left to go here in the Valorant Challengers Northeast Playoffs Grand Finals. This is for seeding. I mean, it's such an exciting final, though. This is the thing, right? Enterprise Esports, they've made their way up to this place through a flawless streak of series in this stage. And Zero Tenacity, the Kingslayers, have been making their way through the lower bracket, executing team after team that made it into the playoffs last time around. It has been unreal. And we're here. One more map now to decide everything for this one. And I don't even know what to say. It's impossible to predict.
Yeah.
What we've seen so far has been back and forth in the most unpredictable way, and now we're going to a map where one team got absolutely destroyed last time they played it, and the other team has barely played it.
It is the last map, Ascent. Stage 1, it was Go Next versus Liquid Academy. Actually, back then, Shockmod versus Liquid Academy. That went on for 5 maps. Now it's the team that dropped both of those teams, Zero Tenacity, versus the team that has 2 champions winners, has Doma, Fnatic player right there. Who is gonna be on the top when we go to Ascent? This is where it all started. This is where it started, where Valorant started, at least for me, for many people. And I think it's all gonna come down to the basics, the fundamentals, how you play this map, because you played it multiple times, thousands of games, I would imagine, for these players. And now you have to perform to take that crown, take that number 1 seed. I think it's gonna be incredible. For Zero Tenacity, we have absolutely no information in this map. For Enterprise Esports, they have played it 3 times, but they just recently lost 2-13 against Bitfix Gaming. Is that something that is gonna hurt them?
I think it's definitely something that's going to be in the back of their minds. Absolutely, they're going to be thinking, last time we came here, we got... not even... They didn't start. They didn't play. It was absolutely just a non-map for them on this one. Are they going to change anything? No. Oh, yes, actually, no. They have changed up the Vice for a Cypher this time around. That is about it.
Okay.
That's all the changes they have made on this one. Zero Tenacity bringing out a completely different comp to them. But one I think so far, I don't know, Alexic hasn't really shown a lot on the Jet so far this series.
I want to see the performance that he had on Wele. The one thing for me on the Zero Tenacity comp is Fade. I don't see that often in this map. That is gonna be interesting to see why Kista has picked up the Fade instead of the Sova, because that's the initiator we usually see. It's gonna be really interesting. Killer switching up to Cypher, I love that. That shows comfortability in that agent. I think this is gonna be a banger map 5.
All right, guys, look, bring all your friends in. It's the final map. You can safely say that it's going to be the thrilling conclusion to this series here. The grand finals to send our top seed to Challengers EMEA. Will it be Enterprise Esports? Will it be the Kingslayers? Zero Tenacity? It's time to find out with Hazza and Cairo.
Thanks, guys. For one final time, we get to see these 2 teams duke it out in the best of 5 setting to settle our winners for Stage 2. When Northeast merged, we all had our concerns. It turns out it was East after all. But the bigger thing for me, 4 best of 5s and all 20 maps played. Each of these teams appearing in a lower final. Zero Tenacity making it out of that one. With 5 maps played for them yesterday, can they do it again on our decider? Ascent was the very first map this org ever played in the East League many years ago. It could be the last they play before they become a champion.
Very true, yeah. I mean, he's pulled out a lot of utility and got information, but unfortunately, it's only got like a boatload of damage, right? Nothing really of great value, and now you look towards this B execute.
Only Grumek here. That Fade that was called into question by MP. I can only help but agree. It's the C's that he has now available after being taken away by the suppression, and it's perfectly timed. Zeke removed. The follow-up isn't there. It's only Grumek, the one-man army. And beyond his 2 involvements, There's only 2 players left, but Starkey is well out of play.
Looking to get onto site quickly here. Kill is on the box, and Doma's low as well.
There is a trap towards lane. That will buy a little bit more time for Enterprise as Starkey is still slowly making his way behind enemy lines for the backstab, but Zero Tenacity are winning the duels on spot. It is going to be enough for Starkey to get into position here, though. The Classic is just tagging away. Pyroll again has found his 2nd kill on the round, and that might just be it. Doma's salvos can buy a little bit more time as those rockets touch down. It's Zero Tenacity to take the first of the final pistol rounds.
You didn't expect it. It shouldn't have been the case, and I have to agree with you. Gromek's fade, timing, unbelievable. Utility, spot on. And well, the combination at the end between the last 2 remaining players was amazing. The fact that they were able to isolate all the duels as well. I mean, the breach is an interesting one, but it seemed to be working.
I think the biggest thing for me about this fade pick from Gromek is the fact that there isn't a Teho partnered with it.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen teams such as Foot like to play with the idea, flirt with it, that's a combination you can make, the salvos and the Cs. But I still believe that we've not really seen the extent of that, so some of these rounds are going to look a little bit different from them. But already we're starting to see some of that value as Zero Tenacity are up 5-4 in pistols now. And building on the back of it, it's Alexis Outlaw, which finds a couple. Not enough to stop the spike plant, though.
Spectre picked up, though, and this is going to make it worrying for players trying to get out a shot.
Definitely. Quick trade. Zero Tenacity have everything that they need, and Doma made it look difficult there. Gromek's Prowler tees him up to finish off that 2nd round. So slim pickings for the defense in terms of what the return looks like, but they come into the bonus with a Bulldog, an Outlaw, and maybe just a Guardian. Their choice of those weapons as they get their 2nd on the board.
Yeah, I don't know, it got a bit too close for comfort, right? At the end of the day, the execute and the post-plant strength being shown there. Zero Tenacity need to be careful of it. Especially how explosive Yash can be.
Absolutely. Already Zero Tenacity on this defender's side. In a strong position. Alexic looking to path through main as there are players in middle to collect some info. Doesn't look like the Hort has grabbed onto anything. It was one player that Pyroll looked to try and take down. He's got a trade-off through Doma, but then Zeke pops up and finds the jewel all the way through the mouth of mid and into market.
Those picks, absolutely massive, but the 2 weapons, sorry, 3 weapons that were in play. Seas doesn't catch anything either, and you can see Yash is flirting with the idea of just exploding here.
It's not going to happen at this stage in the round. Enterprise want to call for backup before they think about making their next move, and with Zeke finding yet another kill in the market position, the 2 bodies buried right on top of each other. Enterprise will go ahead and accelerate this. 4 players strong up against the solo Gromek. He's without his Cs this time. There is no real window to be using this reveal here either. He is stuck in the corner, and from it he finds 2. Not yet traded. Low on HP, but still hanging on by a thread. 20 seconds, but Enterprise have cleaned him out. That'll be the 3rd round played, and Enterprise with their first.
Yeah, it was nice enough in the end. The bonus ends up being expensive. So this next round, very important for Enterprise to win out. Just because of how we can see the economy go the way that it could. Same time though, it's almost the same for the defense. Look at Zero Tenacity and what they have left. Gromek's even taking a lesser buy so that he can buy up and opt for Alexic.
Yeah. But you have to know what your win conditions are here, and Gromek, as one of the eldest players on this roster, picked up as a pair, him and Pretty, the old guard of this region. knowing where their allegiances lie. MSH on an off angle, very committed in his current position. Not really in a spot to be playing off of that utility. He gets the first of the nanos off, but yeah, gives his life up for the cause, and so it's Electric from
Down B.
CT Spawn that has to help things out, and that's exactly what he'll do. The spike is dropped to the ground, and Enterprise have not really taken too much space other than mid.
It's been a difficult one. Still looking towards mid. Thinking about Zeke and where he can find himself.
Oh, but the flash is drawn from his pocket at just the worst of timings. Pyral is there to pick up the pieces on A as Zero Tenacity just sweep Enterprise under the rug. The one round which the attack were able to pick up previously. Enterprise I'm talking about here, they started on the defensive ascent last time. Was that given round? You know, the bonus, round number 3. They found nothing from that point onwards in the first half against Bitfix. This is why I was concerned about the back end of the veto, because you're starting to get to that point now.
Yeah. We all knew that it could be a possibility, and while those realities do start to come through, this looks like a straight A hit.
Pyral playing from backside. Alexic above in support, dashes away, but the blockade remains. A wall of smoke put up in the face of Yash, and Pyral is right behind it, ready to receive the attacking players. And as they head in, Doma does double up through his ult, but Killers can't get out of the corner in time from the button. He goes released from the round, as Doma is the next to get cut loose. 4-1, and I have to say, Cairo, these first 5 rounds have been so scary for Enterprise. Zero Tenacity are ready to take this one home.
They are. They know that they have a straight runway to take off here. And finally, it looks like it's going to be landed. For me, I was really excited coming into this one because I wanted to see Zeke's KO once again. And I always remember the map that he had on Abyss playing KO, and it was unbelievable. The guy's carry potential on this agent is insane. But let's look towards B main and the operator fight that could potentially go on here.
Killers has the cam to check this.
The timing.
Alexic forced to disrespect things, and as he does, it's Yash that'll drop him. An opening kill for Enterprise. It's been hard to come by in recent rounds, but with one of those now, pressure put on Zero Tenacity to react. Remek was thinking about the ult, but won't invest it post-haste. With the hat removed from the head of Killers, they know that the A side's weak, and that's where they'll go.
Players being seen, Pretty finding a little spot to play in, but I can't quite do it. Pyro can. Spike down. Still plenty of time to recollect it, but it's all about trades and tradability. It's not going to come through though. Now, and the 1 versus 3 for Grimek.
That's almost the full toolkit. It's just the C's missing. Aren't available for info. The ult as well to maybe cut a bit of sound, but he is the first player caught. Killers was just looking for the shot through the floorboards to find Grimek, but he's going to catch him out in the open instead. Enterprise doubling up. This round felt like a requirement, and they have signed off on it.
Yeah, well played. Ultimate's now starting to come online though, Hazza. It's starting to get to that position, that point in the series. Well, I can say in the series, it's in the map, but I mean, I guess there's only one map in the series, so you get the idea.
Yeah. Exactly. And as we say, Zero Tenacity played 5 maps yesterday against the Bitfix, which were in a position to close the series themselves. Now they find themselves in a similar position. The 2-1 turnaround from Enterprise, not something they wanted to consider, as in this round, it's Alexic's Blades out in the belly of the beast. He gets his first and gets away with having not found the second. There is no punishment from this mid play, so they can just retreat.
Oh, nearly getting the punishment though. At the same time, you've got to be looking at Doma right now.
Already crept out of B. He walks back around the other side of market. At the very least, there's a chance he can find Alexic here. But it's all on the timing of MSH, as you've put it. Doma right in the middle of two players, but no guarantees, as he's just not thought of the possibility whatsoever. The rest of Enterprise waiting with bated breath. They knew of Alexic under the archers. That's where he'll go dead and buried. Still within it, just one player in the round. But Pyro late in A main could be a complete game changer as far as a potential A push is concerned.
The camera is this page.
30
I
seconds
agree,
left.
but Killa is still trying to break the door and make sure that Zero Tenacity think about this. In fact, actually, it's going to pivot straight into the hit as both players are here in market.
Targets destroyed.
The turret chirps off. MSH knows. Still, Zero Tenacity yet to react with 10 seconds left to play, but doesn't matter. 3 letters in his name, 3 kills in the feed. MSH has done exactly what was required. A safe pair of hands on the B site. One more, and he's going to get it. Brilliant from MSH. 4 that he'll find puts Z10 up to 5.
That's what they're looking for. 5-2 now. And again, in terms of the ultimates invested, Pyro using his from the shadows to get to the other side of the map and support MSH, and Alexic's Bladestorm, well, I don't even need to begin to talk about the value that they found from that. Topsy-turvy rounds. But in the end, yeah, Zero Tenacity are in prime position to really send this one home. And I think that's why I can understand Enterprise using this timeout, because I mean, you think of if they're able to space the ultimates correctly, Zero Tenacity, and they're breaking the buy of Enterprise every second round, I mean, they're good enough to maybe even finish this half out like on double, well, maybe not double digits, but close to it.
Yeah, it's this huge ult cycle which is coming up, which is going to settle the first half. And as you said, these first halves have very much dictated the pace of how each and every map has been played. Something to think about for Enterprise is they come into this grand final on a 4-game win streak in those best of 3s and best of 5s. And only 4 teams have ever won 5 or more games in a row within the regions. Every single one of them crowned either a champion of North or East. Records previously set by players such as Zeke with Go Next, but this is what you got to talk about if you want to be a top quality team. If you want to be a champion, they're gonna need to get the better of this upcoming cycle, and that will start with only Sheriffs in hand.
Cover going out.
Now, the players look to send it forward, but again, something Tenacity have been really good at is delay. And there's still a nano in that choke that's finally popped. And while the players are disconnected, Killers has already found Pyro.
Just taking a back seat
Oh,
there.
what?
Oh, the Nightfall! It's just set up Starkey. He was already up in heaven and they had no idea. The audio cut. And
No way.
The Rolling Thunder taken offline as well. This is a 1 in a million round. They're gonna need more of the same from Alexic. He's the late arrival in main, the latest of the lot. Pretty has to put them off from the heavens. He will try and fall. Killer's 3 kills. Enterprise, a 3rd round. A miracle.
Yeah, I don't know, Hazza. Like, we talk about the ultimate cycle, we talk about all these great things for Zero Tenacity, and then Enterprise just use a knife. I mean, the ultimates that they invested, Yasha's ultimate, so well timed. All the players caught off guard. Starkey in the prime spot. I mean, oh, he's an aggressive controller, but my god, did he take his timing right.
Zeke is just laughing to himself right now. Like, dude, look at this crazy... I'm not even going to try it.
Yeah,
Look at this
stop
crazy
it.
timing. That's just insane. I know exactly which one of the Polish words he'll be using. MSH. The first kill on this round. Finds his counterpart, but Yash is ready to go right back in.
Was thinking about it, but I think instead decides against it. And it looks like the players are calling for an A hit, but as we can see on the map, Zero Tenacity, the defense, that most of the players are here.
Pyro again, playing from the hells. He's not going to last a moment longer. Electric's quickly snapped into position though and saved Zero Tenacity. Pretty in play. Pretty will finish off round number 6 for Zero Tenacity. Continue to build on that lead despite any Enterprise interruptions.
Yeah, I mean, Doma now one off of the Armageddon. Yeah, I don't know, that last round confusing, to be honest. At this point though, it looks like Enterprise, as they've always started on B, maybe want to try and send in a bit more towards this. 4 players here.
Lockdown to boot. Held on to by MSH. So Alexic just unzooming. The knife claimed his positioning early. He couldn't dash away. Enterprise get themselves in main nice and early. Even updraft to try and collect a little bit of information.
The thing is though, is Zero Tenacity have kind of fallen prey to the conditioning that's been set. Every single time Enterprise go to B main and then they go elsewhere, they're trying to fake doing that, and now they're just going to hit it.
Resting on this setup as well. MSH forced to give up the aggressive angle he had without the support of the op. He finds himself solo in the site. Gromek taking his timing through market, and Killes is shredded. Plenty of damage, but still no picks for the defense. Finally, they converge onto Killes, but as the hat flies off his head, it has a serrated edge. 2 players taken with him. As Enterprise still find themselves in control, but it is fleeting.
It is, and they're even going to start to invest Teo's ultimate. Yash, very good with a rifle, and a nice closer in the end. And I like that adaptation for Enterprise. Again, that conditioning in B main, but instead of that, just building upon it and hitting the B side.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity resting on their laurels. They had a great setup on B. But all it takes is one null command from Zeke and the whole thing is deleted. It was literally all that was required from him. The Killjoy posted up towards B yet again. Electric on the hunt through mid. That's where it goes down in the penultimate round of the half.
There was the trap noted towards B main used by the Prowler. Oh, Alexic, no way out here. Manages to escape the suppression, but I mean, that's all it is. Pretty now. I don't know if he was seen there.
Oh, well, he's sort of given this one up and let Alexic fend for himself. Yash refracting back. None of that space kept by Enterprise. They are still holed up in mid. There's an alarm bot there, and now Gromek has visual on the enemy players, and Alexic again stepping up massively on this final map against his former side. Looking to be the one that takes the first ever title from them and gives it to Zero Tenacity instead. But there's the response. It's onto MSH on the site. How many times has he been asked to deliver here? How many times has he delivered? Well, plenty in this series, but he can't on this occasion.
Planted.
Both players together. You look at the breach, one flash, stun yet to come up. And I mean, there's only 2 players on the site. This is essentially a 2v2.
Again, Starkey is completely isolated from the rest of his team in this endeavor. But Zero Tenacity know it not, and they're yet to accelerate. From the Dragon's corner, Doma sits. That's where he'll go dead and buried. Killer's in Boathouse, buying the time. As Starkey arrives on the scene, it is exactly what was required. The captain closes the round. Enterprise make this a 1-round game.
1 round, and it could be potentially on for Enterprise. It would be a massive attacking half to beat 6-6. Typically we see an ever so slight defender bias, and still that lockdown being held on to by Zero Tenacity.
I mean, Yash with this waylay, the way it's set up for Enterprise, questions will be asked of what that defense looks like when we get to it. As we know, an 11-1 half they were on the receiving end of last time around against Bitfix. Crazy scoreline. how much improvement has been made since then. We'll find out in a moment's time, but for now, it's back in the saddle, and the A site is where Enterprise go. Doma once more opening things up, and Killes shutting down Alexic, the big game player who has been removed from this round.
I mean, MSH is trying to fill towards A main and just provide information through this.
Yeah.
While Enterprise try to pivot, Zero Tenacity have the read. It depends on how good this hold is on the B site, though.
Not only are they going to have 2 players towards B, they have 2 players on B. This is the best case scenario for Zero Tenacity at this stage of the round. Pyrol is first contact. He has a paranoia to fall back upon. The first of his smokes has just come up, and it is well timed to fall into the choke of Enterprise. They're going to commit and strip back that util. Pyrol is gone. It's all on Gromek to see if they can save 7.
Oh, he's going to have no chance. Stunned up. Oh my god, he came online at the right time. But while that's happened, you're now looking at MSH. Time and time again, he got put under pressure and was able to stand the tests that he was given. At this point right now, it's 4 players that he needs to find. The first found, and somehow you're thinking, is this doable? It's not though, and it will be all even moving to the next half.
The final half of this series and grand final. Zero Tenacity and Enterprise, mainstays in East for the last 3 years. And now combined with North, their first chance to take an inaugural title. We'll see who can go the distance and win it after this. So for the final time this stage, Zero Tenacity and Enterprise make the switch and take to the server. Ascent is where this one ends in a 5th and final map. Each organization chasing their first ever title within the newly combined region. East represented on both sides of the server. Zero Tenacity currently up 5-4 in pistols. But as the scoreline is tied, this one makes all of the difference.
Got to be looking towards mid. Players coming straight in. Yash getting the first, but can't quite do any more. I mean, it's fights that don't necessarily go Enterprise's or go Zero Tenacity's way, but Pyro gets a great timing.
Such a huge kill on this round as well. We know how weak Enterprise's defense looked at the only other time they were out on Ascent, and with Zero Tenacity making their debut in this grand final. It's just a few more rounds that could be enough, but here Zeke finding yet another on short. So much difference. Huge 1 versus 1. And Zeke's gonna lose out.
Yeah, that's a big one to lose as well, because you lose short space, you lose tree, and it splits up both players. They have to watch for this position in case there's a late luck, and you can see Killes being drawn away from Doma.
It's a level playing field now. But Doma, the player, to take this one on the chin. It is a 2 versus 1, as you say, but Killes is arriving tentatively. Doma reveals himself from the hells. Grumek can't do any more. One man is not enough. And so Enterprise tied up. That is now 5-5 for pistol rounds. From map to map, the spoils are shared. But what it means here and now is that Enterprise have the lead.
They do. Enterprise now starting to make inroads as we're in the final straight. The 100 meters coming to a close. Or I say 100 meters has a... It's more like a marathon, and now we're in the last 100 meters. Now, the anti-eco, we have again have to highlight the discrepancies that Enterprise have had in rounds like this. They need to convert here and now and not allow Zero Tenacity back in.
Enterprise will have been working on their defense as much as is humanly possible in the downtime. Self-improvement cited by their coach rather than preparing for an opponent, but with how late it comes in the veto, the question is, are you up to the standard? Killes is fighting the good fight with this Marshall, but there's about to be 5 players from Tiles.
Oh, gets it straight away and looks to still stand up here. Well, it's 2 kills towards Enterprise. You've also got to be thinking that Marshall could be something to work with, but hey, listen, it doesn't really matter if you can just hit the heads, and that's exactly what Enterprise have done.
Viral, the last one left. Killer's the only player claimed, and with it just being a Marshall, with the Bulldogs there for the bonus, things can only get better for Enterprise in this position. Viral is deleted by Zeke, and there you have it. Enterprise with their 8th. Only now 5 rounds separating them and the first ever title for the organization. A 3rd grand final. And to take it away from Alexic, their former servant who battled against Ascend those couple of years ago, it would be heartbreak for Zero Tenacity.
Especially when they've had chances to win this series.
They were up 2-1.
I mean, exactly. I mean, you think of the leads that they've let go as well. Towards mid, we look once more.
Enterprise grouping up. They can smell blood in the water, or maybe it's just the blood red on the jerseys of the Zero Tenacity players. It's an awkward fight, and Grumek comes out much the better. Oh my lord, Grumek! A big quad kill. If there was ever a time for the Grumekista to make his mark, it would be in the first gun round of the final half of the grand final. MSH will make it flawless, but Grumek has his moment.
I mean, it's a big moment, and he brings online the Nightfall to execute with, should they find a chance to. At the same time though, back to the rifle round. A flawless round puts the economy in a position where Zero Tenacity will be, I guess, good for another round, right? That's the big thing. As for now, Enterprise, I mean, few shields, a little bit suspect. We'll see how these fights go.
Yeah, that we will. Enterprise have a premium on information towards B. It's this KO knife in the hands of Zeke, and the cam set up a little deeper as well. The issue for me lies on Doma. When does this drone come in? It looks like right now. And in terms of information, it does spot 2 players outside of A. The spike is towards top mid, but Zero Tenacity are just waiting for a duel. Enterprise really struggled with their mid-rounding last time, so that's where you need to see the improvement.
All silent, pretty up close. This is a 2 versus 1 and an off angle that Doma's playing on. He's going to take the fight. I mean, catches the information instead and would rather drop off.
Slight waste of the utility as well. Doma posted in the corner, and Zeke still holding on to this knife, which he's yet to use from the very start of the round. It's a tool to just suppress and stop the push, but won't be useful as A is where this ult is inclined.
Everybody on Zero Tenacity ready to go, wait for their chance, but Yash, well, he's done well. Doma hasn't, didn't even get a chance to shoot a bullet off, and Yash tries to get out, but well noted. Now the rest of Enterprise come in. Can they get more? It looks like it. Spike still to go down, time low, forced to commit, and Zeke just sat back. Was time?
No, he's got it. Grimmick now 1v1.
Has to win it out. Zeke close by! And he'll put it over the line. A little bit of tongue-in-cheek in the end. I don't think there was enough time, but I mean, Zeke made sure there wasn't. 9-7.
Yeah, it was literally right on the 4-second mark that Grimmick goes to send that spike groundwards. But Zeke will put him there by its side. As it does get diffused, it's 9 now for Enterprise. A 2-round lead has been restored. This Nightfall was great at just decaying those players' sight, but I think the spacing has been a real issue for Zero Tenacity on some of these rounds. It still feels a little bit isolated. MSH has had one hell of a grand final, but there's only so much you can do when it's individuals turning up and not a team performance.
I would 100% agree with you, although that knife has done God's work in terms of identifying this push. You can already see what Enterprise are doing in response, Hazard.
Yeah.
Look at Starkey.
It's Zeke going for the same play on the previous round, and as you mentioned, Starkey, I think he's been betrayed by the clothing on his back. It's the cape which is caught, and so Pyrol has given the advantage to Zero Tenacity's attack. But even if you want to re-explore Doma is wine, Yash holding on with the support of his main player, looking at short. They are yet to make any real advances, and we're down within a minute.
Yeah, gotta think. Incredibles shouldn't wear capes. Zeke, though, he could be the hero right now. Although the Cypher utility is doing God's work here.
And it will remain towards B at the end of the round. This is where the execute is coming in. There's no time to make a pivot or a separate play. Has to be MSH. He's already started things well. But Killers drops, and that is B gone. Enterprise might just have to give up this round in its entirety and save those rifles, as they look to be doing. Pretty hears this. Zero Tenacity not with much money of their own to play chase. But they know what those guns are worth when you look at the Enterprise money.
Doma's not even looking around this way. Pretty could find a chance to get the kill. Yeah. These will be massive.
4 players on less than 1,000 credits. Every kill here that Z10 pick up is another cut into the appendage of Enterprise, and there you go. 9-8 the scoreline, just a 1 round between the teams, but it's all the rifles gone that is maximum damage.
Yeah, both teams breathing down each other's neck, and I'll tell you what, Zeke could possibly purchase up a hero rifle, which is being donated to Yash at the minute. I mean, that's the thing. Enterprise need to try and do everything in their power. And the other thing you've got to remember is Adoma's ultimate. These are big things that could really go in Enterprise's favour. This is not a clear-cut round.
Absolutely not. But that snowball has to begin to build somewhere. And it's through A main, the conduit for any kind of Enterprise success. Spotted out early. Pyrol doesn't want to be the conductive tissue that allows that to get out of control. So he disengages as the B play is prepared, and Enterprise, their own defensive reaction is a little too slow to have bodies on the line when they need it.
Now Armageddon, Annihilation being thrown in, and Zero Tenacity just able to escape. But I mean, that pick is massive, and so is this 1 versus 1.
And the TP's across, Zeke's gone down in his ult, MSH trying to kill him in cold blood and make sure they get no further value from it. Pretty moving up towards heaven here to steps of Yash, but is he aware? Doesn't look like it, pretty big kill. Starkey still playing from main, but he's going to drop as well, and so Zero Tenacity can tie up the score. bearing any heroics from Killez. But right now, he should just be looking to do as much damage as he can on the way out.
100%. You could even maybe argue save the rifle because of the economy state. That would allow you another hero rifle into the next, but instead, no. I think he's playing for exits.
And you can see as well, Pretty is the one player who wants to try and find this duel because, oh, if he does, and that is the Rolling Thunder available. MSH has gone down, Killez fighting that, but look at Pretty. He's sprinting towards Killez. He's got to clear the close corner. There's barely any health left on the Ukrainian, and he's gone now. So there you have it. Look at the ults for Zero Tenacity. They've just got the breach ult up. They have 3 more. It is a package of power.
9-9 between these two. No rounds, and I mean the biggest thing that's the difference has it. We have 4 ultimates on Zero Tenacity's side. They can overpower Enterprise where needed.
Outside of those first 2 rounds from Enterprise, we have not seen them yet, you know, pick up anything really besides that 1 rifle. Pyro forced to cancel, failed from the A play, but Lexic can hold up his end of the bargain, and so Starkey, the next in the limelight, melts under the pressure as the grand final intensifies. It feels like Enterprise are not up to the challenge.
It does feel like that, but the 3 remaining players will give it a try anyway as they stick around.
Lexic up in the heavens, teed up for the play, which could give Z10 double digits, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Enterprise throw the towel in, and they can't even keep the guns in their hands. Killers 1v5. That's 5 players that are hungry for the hunt. It's a flawless finish. And as we head into the final few, it's Zero Tenacity now in front.
That's it, has Zero Tenacity are now starting to space their ultimates. They're starting to find the kills, and they're starting to find themselves in pole position up against the thrifty rounds. Enterprise, they're slipping away in this game.
With the veto advantage that our hosts from the upper brackets had, Enterprise removing Lotus and Pearl, yet it feels like the limits of their map pool are being tested here. The fundamentals right down at the very base of it. And Alexic himself giving us an exhibition of his own individual skill. Killer's adding one back to the conversation, but Alexic carries on. This rifle up against the pistols is just flattening Enterprise.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's just easy at the end of the day. Starkey, I mean, he's got a... What is going on? Trying to sneak his way through, picks up a rifle. And yeah, at this point, you're looking at 11. Starkey with no chance, time ticking away.
And each and every player on Zero Tenacity is acutely aware of where it is that Starkey is holed up. He's put down. And by who else but at the hands of Alexic, who, to begin this series, severely struggled. He didn't look like he was at the races. Yash, by far his superior in that duelist head-to-head. But from one exchange to the other, and from one map to the next, Alexic has risen to the challenge to take what will be his 3rd title within the region, and the very first for Zero Tenacity.
Yash being pushed off the angle. Dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Zero Tenacity are doing everything that they need. They're taking it slow with this default, and most important, the point of it is to try and get as far up market as possible.
They've already done so, and Zeke's just not expecting them, but Yash certainly is on the line with the AWP, and Zeke can readjust. So with that 5 versus 3, Enterprise now with numbers and a bit of time on their side to get comfortable. The spike is well out of harm's way. Pyro trying to duel with Starkey, but he has to dip from this situation.
It's a timing for Pretty right now. I mean, MSH catches Zeke out, yeah, but I thought Pretty would be able to try and scale up Tree instead. No, gets caught out.
It's an awkward one, but Starkey has saved face and disengaged.
There.
Yash with the op on the A site. It's a well-placed smoke. Makes it more difficult to hold for the defense, not knowing where exactly it is that Pyro will look to try and flood out, and he continues to keep that ball rolling. A second and a teleport as well. Info Yash, but the backside is littered with bodies as Doma does what Doma does best. It's a three-piece in defense of his site. And double digits for Enterprise. The light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. These two teams have been at each other all series. I mean, up to this point, I mean, this is the longest that we've seen any map go. 13-8, 13-7, 13-4. I mean, 13-3. All the maps have been pretty convincing. This one not convinced about whatever it's going to be. And Starkey's beating the play. He even caught Alexic.
So far ahead of the curve, and he is as quickly out of there as he found himself in wine. Yash next kill. I mean, Starkey played to cancel it. There is no way that the captain loses his head in that situation. This is a real chance for Zero Tenacity, but it's taken immediately away. And Enterprise will make sure that regulation goes right the way to the 24th. And that we will be 11-11 before we get there.
I don't think I've seen a lockdown this map.
No.
And it's been online for a lot of this game. Has MSH forgot his ultimate key?
Has there been a decent time to use it? It
I
feels
would say
like
on an execute, or on a defense when he was being executed upon, or even just to use it straight off the bat. Clear the space.
Doma is with the natural counter in that Armageddon, so the question is, when do we see it invested in? Well, with MSH the furthest player forwards, I think the time is now. As soon as that suppression ends, he should be placing this one B. That's the fake. Spike A inclined. You asked for the lockdown, and you've got it. There is the Armageddon.
Yeah, 4 players pulled across the B. Starkey needs to be careful.
He does, but still well enough supported by his own paranoia. And Zero Tenacity, in making this call to go for the fake on the penultimate round with Enterprise poised to put themselves on championship point, have blundered completely. Yash has caught the cross of Alexic. That smoke is faking off nobody. And there's a complete Cypher setup on B. This is a disaster.
They're forced to execute in towards B. And Zeke, he's been found out. Cypher setup still here though.
And Killers can continue to live from stairs. The second and third tag, body spotted, pretty there. Onto the switch he goes, but it is Killers that ends up dropped. Zero Tenacity have a window of security to get the spike plant in, but Enterprise are restless and already they're on the scene.
Yeah, but look how low Pretty is. He's important because his utility will set players up.
Those flashes at the very least can delay. They are so swiftly removed from the utility bell. Yash already walking up! Yash with 3 kills on the round. And he's going to need one more if he wants to win it, because it's MSH that he's up against. Refract not an option as MSH has clutched again. He saved them on the first map, and he might have just sent them home on the final map.
That's the thing though, Hazard. There's 1 round left. Overtime or bust for Enterprise, and there's nothing to divide these two teams in terms of ultimates, in terms of buys. Sure, maybe the armor's a little bit suspect, but MSH right here comes up when he's needed. Yash 1 away, Zeke 1 away. Kills, ultimate orbs are gonna decide this round.
So it all drops silent to start Zero Tenacity's 11th hour. Enterprise on their 11th round. They need one more, and Yash is going to hunt for it. Into the smoke he goes, but with the shorty he falls. Starkey now needed, and the captain steps up.
But look at Alexic.
He's caught out towards Gen Doma here, and Electric the one to find the kill. 3 on 3, a chance to reset. Z10 in post. They won it out last time, but here they are going to be down by at least another player.
Breach Util offline as well, but Pretty's played in front of the door.
Inside the smoke. Would it be Pretty, the one to give this to Zero Tenacity? No, his best opportunity of his career so far stripped away. And so to Alexic we look. Alexic, his chance to do it against his first ever club at a Challengers level. But he is kept in this series, in this grand final, to overtime on map 5. Enterprise have done it.
They've done it. They've been able to keep themselves alive, and now we head in to the dreaded 2-round shootout. I mean, Enterprise straight away introduce the coach, want to talk about how things have been going on. The drama continues, but not before a sense of silence, a sense of a little bit of calm.
Absolutely. Much needed at this point in time, as Enterprise know what this means. All of the players do. Each organization without a title. For all of the splits and stages they have played, from east to northeast, Enterprise as a team, had the opportunity to build upon that top 4 finish. The only of the representatives in Challengers EMEA that didn't win a series, yet somehow they felt like they held the most promise. With that map taken from BBL Pacific, the only roster outside of Turkey to do so. And Zero Tenacity on the other side of the server. Top 4 for them was the goal from the first stage. And having achieved it, it felt like nothing could stop them from moving on to what now is the chance to take your first ever final with a win. Back to the defense they go, and back to mid.
Both teams haven't played each other, and split 2. They've waited all the way to the final to give us this banger series. As you said, Zero Tenacity, they put the priority on mid, but Enterprise have put the priority on towards A, and they're scaling up ever so slowly.
Hyrule, the one player who started the round here, he will have the support of his IGL Pretty. The stun as well. As it's a lot of utility which Enterprise have committed to taking this site, but they are boxed in. Zero Tenacity have read this like a book, and they'll be ready to retake when it comes, but not without being down a man yet again.
Oh, Gramek has a chance to get one back, misses his chance, and now we're back into this spot. 4 versus 5, and the time ticking away. Enterprise in prime position to convert.
The only pole in the side of the server, MSH, 2 big kills, but 2 right back. Enterprise trade it off in effect, and still Zero Tenacity on the back foot, walking on their heels as Starkey sends them over the threshold of life itself into the forever box. Enterprise now with their chance at closing out this grand final.
One hand on the championship. Will it be ripped away, and we go again once more as Enterprise move on to the defense, and Tenacity, well, they move on to their attack. I mean, there's been no bias here whatsoever. Both teams have put up even amounts of rounds on attack and defense.
Both teams won a pistol, 2-6-6 halves. At deadlock we stand, and that's the same result of the opening exchange. 1-for-1 trade, but it's Yash and Alexic, the duelists, off the board.
That Prowler's not really cleared much as Doma's holding onto this line, onto short.
It's a committed position, and Starkey TPing. They should know. Same corner as before. Can it be the captain to go ahead and lift the trophy for Enterprise? Of course it can! Another Challengers title under his belt, and a first for Enterprise as an organization. A story 3 years in the making, and for the first time, they can call themselves the Kings of East.
That's the thing though, has Enterprise, they failed in 2023, failed in 2024, and now finally in Split 2 of 2025, they have a championship to call their own. And it's an organisation that has committed time and time again to this region, and congratulations to them, it's well deserved.
Heartbreak for Zero Tenacity on the other side of the server. The pickup of Pyrol making so much difference. But even the player, MSH, who they put so much faith into to be a consistent piece of this roster, had an unbelievable grand final and definitely an MVP candidate for me. I mean, Alexic as well. And not to forget, Pretty and Grumek. Their pursuit for a title in this region continues yet again, shown away at the final hurdle. Their second grand final ends with a loss, but for Enterprise, third time is the charm. It's been a long time coming, a quiet 2024, but rebuilding with those ambitions for ascension. It's exactly where they look to be headed towards the end of the year. Their first title taken in the region, one that they can really kick on from.
Yeah, proud of this organisation for sticking by so much and finally getting here, Hazza. And well, listen, congratulations to them. I look forward to Challengers EMEA now.
Absolutely, there is plenty more Valorant to be played by our regional reps and from both North and East. From myself and Cairo, it's been an absolute pleasure to take you through what has been another crazy grand final, another BO5, another 5-mapper. I couldn't think of two more faces that I would rather have break down all of it. It is our beautiful analysts to take you through the end of this show.
Man, I had a whole thing ready and now I'm blushing, so now I can't remember any of it.
I was giggling as well.
That was the final map we deserved after that series. You know, we had such back and forths and we knew it was close, but the maps weren't showing it. It was one-sided every single time. Finally, we get an overtime at the end of this series. And, you know, the Kingslayers had their swords to the throats of Enterprise Esports, but before they can take down their final quarry, it's just that quick snap, that turnaround in overtime that Enterprise Esports are able to get done to secure themselves that victory of the grand finals. They're going to be heading to Challengers EMEA as our first seed, and it's well deserved. But I think the wider story here is we have got another great 4 representatives.
Yeah, I mean, I still want to highlight Enterprise Esports. It was obviously the organization, the team that we deserved to win this grand final, to take that #1 seed. They were the only team that was in stage 1 and now is in stage 2 as well. They were the team that put PBL Pacific to a close match as well. What an amazing performance, amazing map in the end as well, and a close feat.
All right, well, we have an interview ready for you guys with Legia straight away off the back of that one. So first off, congratulations on the victory. How does it feel to be the champions of Northeast?
Thank you. Feels good. Job's not done yet, though. First part of it, I guess. The next part is more important for us.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, kind of talking about the next part, I want to dive deeper into your mind. Like, you have experience in esports for over a decade as a player, as a coach in multiple organizations in CS. Now, past few years have been in Valorant under Bleed and now Enterprise Esports. With that career, you have gained so much knowledge. I kind of want to hear what have been the steps you took as a coach to improve this roster to a Northeast winners and very formidable Challengers EMEA team.
I mean, like, as a coach, I can do so much. In the end, the players are on the server and they have to deliver what I try to teach them. I'm also quite blessed, I would say, to play in this team. I think all the players already had a lot of experience and everybody's listening. They're very focused all the time, and like, everybody can just execute the plan that I have. So with many other teams that I've had before, even in Bleed at the beginning, you still had to teach the players like the basics, I would say. And with this team, we could just like start with the next step. And yeah, blessed with this team. I think all of them perform very well. I have to also say, like, huge shout out to Doma. I think he has improved by far the most in this team, especially like individually. Also his utility usage, he had to change like a lot of his role in the team also. and I think he's like huge part of the success. Same goes to Killers. I think also he does a very, very good job. Don't want to take credit away from the rest of the team, but yeah, I'm blessed as a coach. I'm very happy with the performance. And yeah, what can I say? Even like we don't perform, like for example, Yash didn't have like his best day today, for example, and we still win games, which at the beginning of our team, it wasn't the case. So I'm just happy. I'm happy for them mainly. And yeah, as I said, job is not done yet, so we move on.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of answered my second question already, but I still kind of want to ask this. You have multiple players that have been in VCT and been on top of it, won the Champions 2021. I can imagine the hunger to climb back there is insanely high, and it showed today on the server. But how does it show in the day-to-day of Enterprise Esports and your organization, your team?
I mean, as I said, like with this team, I have experienced players, and especially in games like this, I think the experience that they have and having won like already champions, Killers and Zeke step up a lot in these games, doing like a lot of mid-round calls, good death talk, and yeah, we just benefit from it as a team. And yeah, we have full trust in every player. Everybody has his qualities, and yeah, I'm just happy, I guess.
All right. Well, as you said, job's not done. It's Challengers EMEA next, and well, we don't know what teams you're going to be coming up against, but we can say that CGN might be there. You already came up against them. We can say that BBL Pacific are definitely still in the running to get there, and you came up against them as well. Obviously, you know, you probably haven't had time to straight up prep for Challengers EMEA just yet, but what is the thoughts going into that kind of, what have you learned from last Challengers EMEA that you can take into the next one?
I mean, I don't rate the last year tournament really that much, because I think we evolved as a team a lot. We were just at the early stage last tournament, I would say, and yeah, we improved a lot, and I think that those teams should rather worry against us rather than us against them. But yeah,
okay, great.
The competition is very strong, especially like CGN. I'm very good friends with Capio, and I always think it's like a nice and healthy duel or rivalry, I would say. And yeah, I mean, we take anyone that comes across. Who I really want to place again, BBL Pacific, because yeah, I just want revenge from last time, and we just take it game by game.
Obviously.
We cannot underestimate any opponent there. I think everybody will be probably deserved there, and every team is on a quite high level. And yeah, we just take it game by game, work on ourselves, focus on ourselves, and whoever comes across our way, we just have to smack them.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, Legia. Congratulations once again on being the champion, of Northeast.
If I can just add one thing, I just really want to say huge.
Bring him back! Bring him back!
Bring him back! Sorry,
yeah,
I just want to say
You're
really
back.
huge game by Z10. I want to tell respect to them. I think they played very good. Every time we have a game against them, it's very close, and like how do you say it? You are sweating in this game because it's like very tense. Game is going back and forth, and just kudos to them. I'm very happy for them, and I hope they keep improving. And
Great.
thanks to you guys for
so
passing the
much,
match.
man.
Cheers.
Yeah, thank you to Hazard and Kara for that one. Thank you, dude.
Thank you.
I mean, that is it, right? They should be scared of Enterprise Esports. They should worry about them this time around. It was tough for Northeast last time out in Challengers EMEA, right? We didn't get a single team through. Our closest was Team Liquid Academy, and that was on map decider against Focus, in what was arguably one of the easier groups against some of the other teams that we were facing in Challengers EMEA. I think with that kind of mindset from Enterprise Esports, who were, you know, they were third seed going into Challengers EMEA last time, now coming in as first seed, they've taken down some really important teams, and I don't think they could send themselves in with a better mindset than that. I mean, we're done for today, right? This is it for us. We have finished with our part of the job. We're going to be sending our 4 teams to Challengers EMEA. And I cannot wait to see how well they stack up against the teams that the other regions are going to send. MP, any closing thoughts?
Challengers EMEA in 3 weeks. Our teams are going to win this time around. I'll see you there.
Absolutely. All right, then. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. Thank you to production. Thank you to Hazard and Cairo. I have been Twiggy. I've been joined by MP. We love you so much. Thank you and goodbye.
Down A. One enemy remaining. Ultimate's ready.